You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Monday night, early Tuesday morning at around 1:15 a.m. I'm Jesse. Greg has the night off. So today we're going to do a live playthrough of the first real case in this brand new game, Suspects. This is a narrative murder mystery case. I've played a lot of these on the channel. These are one-time playthroughs, so this will be completely spoilers. If you plan to play this game, you shouldn't be watching this stream. You could come back, watch it afterwards. Or if you're sure you're not going to play this game, then you can join me and we'll play it together. Before we get started, I should say I just did a live stream where I just talked about nothing on the channel. You're free to watch that if you don't want to watch Suspects, but you're bored and just need something to help put you to sleep. And I also did a full playthrough and sort of first impressions of the short introductory case that is available for this game. It's a separate packet. I got it at Gen Con. So if you think you might want to play this game, but you're curious what it's about, you could shut off the stream and go watch that. It's spoilers, but it's this intro case that probably you could do without, and that might be a good place to start. Now I can see that my oldest and dearest friend Zachary Brown is in the channel. This is another, and he's in Paris, so that's why I'm bringing this up. This is the French seem to like these Sherlock Holmes detective games, which I love. And so I always, my ear perks up when I hear that it's a French design game. But it would be nice to know how to pronounce this name, which I assume is French. And I think it might be something like Guillaume Montiage. Now, Zachary could tell me, but he can't speak it. He'd have to write it out with the pronunciation Unicode, which I don't understand. So basically, it's just going to be a thumbs up or thumbs down. And if Zach says that's not how you pronounce it, or not close, Zach says it's not close, then you'll have to go online and learn how to pronounce it. Okay, so there are 3 cases in this box. Can you see that? I mean, I guess it's easier if we do the top down. Ugh, I probably shouldn't have done that, but all right, let's go to the top down view. Okay, so 3 cases in this box. They're all sort of Agatha Christie. Zach says my pronunciation is correct. That's good, or close enough. Okay, so there's 3 mysteries in this box. It lists the game time as 90 minutes, so you probably have to multiply that by 2 or 3. So we could be here for 3 hours or 4 hours, but probably at least 2. And they all star this woman, Claire Harper, who's on the box there. That's Claire Harper. She's going to be our heroine. And okay, so we're going to take the first game in this box, which has some little accessories. In fact, 3 full-page accessories, which we'll be looking at. The rule book, which we shouldn't need. Rules are not really the important part of this game. This is for the separate case, and then this is the case we're playing here. And then this is the solution to the case that we're going to play. Solution in sealed envelope, the cards that make up the case, and some little extra documents. So we can put this away now. I guess we'll leave out the rules in case we need them. And let's put this away. All right, so we're going to play this together. I did not get all the answers to the first introductory case, and I was a little not a spoiler of what happened, but I thought the game system was pretty cool, and the mystery and story left a lot to be desired. So I'm hoping this one's a little better. Cards are the same system, but this is probably about twice as big. These in the introductory case were just in a pamphlet, so it's nice to have a full page thing. All right, so we're going to put our solution out of the way. We won't need that till we're ready to solve it. We can open up these cards here. I don't know where we should put them, somewhere out of the way. Okay, so it wants you to read the introduction, and I guess the introduction is going to be here. So here's our introduction. If you remember the way this game works, if you saw my intro playthrough, one of the things that's new about this system that they're trying to do differently is in Sherlock Holmes, excuse me, in Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective, and in a bunch of these games like Mythos Tales and whatever, you read an introduction, you try to figure out the mystery. At some point you're forced to, or you choose to solve the case. At that point you turn to some page which presents you a questionnaire that you have to answer. But at the time that you turn to that questionnaire, either because you've run out of time that the game gives you or because you've chosen to stop, you don't know what the questionnaire is going to be. As soon as you see the questionnaire, you can't go back and keep playing. That questionnaire sort of gives away a little bit in the nature of its questions. And then you might get a score based on how long it took you to play the game, how long in turns. Now, Suspects try something a little differently. The nature of the mysteries all seem to be this Agatha Christie who did it, what sort of a Cluedo, who did it, what was the murder weapon, what was the motive. And part of the thing that they can do by having them fit this same theme, same system, is that they're not giving away too much by telling you the questions. So in this game, you're actually given the questions right up front. And let's see if we can do this properly. Okay, so yeah. So you can see the questions are: who's the killer? What's the motive? What eventually led the murderer to commit this heinous act? The murderer used 3 objects. Name them. In what order did the events leading up to the murder take place? So you know the exact questions ahead of time that you're going to have to answer. And what you can do is, you've got this stack of 60 cards, and you can basically try to guess these answers at different times. Like after the first 30 cards, you make your guesses. Then after 15 more cards, you make another guess. Then right when you get to the end, you make your last guess. And then you'll get points, different points based on when you got it correct. So if you managed to guess who the killer was early, you'd get 5 points. If it took you to the end of the game to guess it, you get 3 points. If you got it wrong, you get 0. So that's how this game is trying to make it a little more gamey and have a score system. It's different. It's not this. We haven't seen this before, and it sort of rewards you for hypothesizing early, which is something we like to do with these games anyway. Will it work? Does it work as a system? It seems good on paper, but how well it actually turns out, we'll have to see. All right, let's read this introduction here together. Guess I could try to give it to you on either on the top down, or I can let you see it close up. Let's see if I can let you see it close up. All right, let's read this together. It says, Chapter 1, Murder at Allister Manor. Can you see my head sticking in here, or can you read it? Okay. Before heading to London for Christmas, I went on a short tour of Scotland. This is Fort William, Scotland, 21 December 1934. Before heading to London for Christmas, I went on a short tour of Scotland. The day after a beautiful ramble through the Highlands, I got a call from Inspector Jameson of the Fort Williams Police. I'm terribly sorry to disturb you, but a tragedy has just occurred at Allister Manor. Mary Higgins, Lord Edward Allister's young fiancée, was found dead of strangulation. I'm trying to read this without at a distance so I'm not sticking in the thing. You know, Fort Williams is a small town where everyone knows everything that happens. So when I was informed that a young associate of Justice Cameron of the High Court Judiciary was visiting from Edinburgh, I decided to contact you. We don't have many of these sorts of cases around here. I think that your help would be quite welcome. Since I don't know how to just sit idly by, I accepted this new challenge without blinking. This is us talking to ourselves. Before going to the Allister estate, I inquired around about Mary Higgins and Lord Edward Allister. The first intriguing fact, there was a 40-year age difference between them. Lord Edward was married twice before he met Mary. When Mary Higgins' name was mentioned around Fort William, friendly and fresh were the words most frequently used to describe her. But local gossips couldn't help but think that the 20-year-old was just waiting to be married so she could get her hands on Lord Edward's fortune. Another intriguing fact is that Mary's murder took place just a few days after another tragedy. Lord Edward's disappearance. He loved mountaineering and had gone on a climb up Gulvain with his brother William, but William Allister returned from the expedition alone. Armed with this information, I headed up to the Allister estate, which stands a few kilometers from Fort William, alone in the countryside. Okay. When I drew up to the estate, I marveled at its beauty, a vast neo-Gothic manor with a breathtaking view of the highlands. Thomas the butler came to greet me. It was 3:30 p.m. Hello, Miss Harper. Inspector Jameson told us you would be coming. We have suffered a terrible tragedy, but I am certain that with your expertise you will quickly discover who is behind this terrible crime. You shall have free rein of the house to carry out your investigation. I took the liberty of finding a map of the estate for you. Perhaps it will be of some use. Take the map of the manor, document A, then draw card 1. The numbers on the documents and face-up cards indicate which new cards you may draw. Okay, so there's our introduction. Now that I've read it to you, let me read the highlights here. Okay, so we're in Scotland. It's 1934, December, a couple days before Christmas. There's been a tragedy. Mary Higgins is strangled. She's the new wife. She's the fiancée, sorry, not wife, fiancée of Lord Edward Allister. There's a 40-year difference. People think she's friendly and fresh, and she might have been just marrying him to get her hands on the money. She's dead now, so she's not getting her hands on the money. But there's another intriguing fact. Mary's murder took place a few days after another tragedy, Lord Edward's disappearance. So the husband goes mountaineering with his brother William. The brother returns, but not Edward, and then a few days later, Mary is strangled. But they're not married yet, so you wouldn't have to kill her to get the money. Okay, and we've got a map of the estate from the butler. All right, let's put this here. We won't need this again until we're ready to answer some questions, but now we've got document 1. I'm going to put this document B aside. We're not allowed to access that yet, but it is available to us when we need to. And let's take a look together at this document. So it's the map of the estate. Let's see what we've got here. Botanical Gardens, Workshop. So all of these locations on this map have numbers. Those correspond to card numbers. It told us to take card 1 to start the game. So here's the card we're starting out with. This is going to be the butler that we just talked to right here. Thomas the butler came to greet me, 3:30 p.m. Each card we take just counts against us in terms of our score. We want to try to guess answers after seeing the fewest cards. So the first time we're going to care about is after 30 cards. So we'll want to keep track. We can keep these cards in a pile so we can look through them again at any time. So after looking at 30 cards, we're going to want to try to make guesses to maximize our score. The one decision point in this game, the only decision point in this game, is what cards to look at next, what clues to follow next. And sort of using your management skills to not miss anything. So these numbers here are all clues we could look at next. If we had some reason we wanted to go to the workshop first, we could look at card 35 first. And the only reason we would care about the order is because we want to minimize how many cards we go through to gather our information so that we can guess efficiently. Okay, so what have we got? Great Hall, Edward Allister's study. We have no reason to go to any of these rooms before any others because we don't know anything more about the story except she was strangled. Does it say where she was strangled? Found dead of strangulation. That's it. We don't even know where she was found or how. We do know the questions we're going to try to answer, though. Who's the killer? What's the motive? What events led the murderer to commit this act? And what 3 objects were used? And in what order did the events leading up to the murder take place? All right, this would be a good time. I guess earlier would have been a better time to ask if everyone can hear me okay. I'm not sure there is an everyone, but I'm assuming you can hear okay. I've got my mug from Nerdshell's YouTube channel that I've been watching lately. It's just a husband and wife. They play through games, but they're very sweet, and it's kind of fun to watch them play games and enjoy it. Okay, well, since we don't have a place here that's compelling, that we know anything about, let's see what the butler has to say by looking at his card. I'll try to put that so you can see it. Let me see if we can we do it like this? Okay. So here's the butler. Thomas Smith, 40 years old, butler. Miss Mary arrived at the Allister estate just 3 years ago. Oh, so she's been living there for 3 years as fiancée. But I quickly became very fond of her. I called the Fort William police immediately. The body has already been taken by the police to the medical examiner's office at St. Andrew's Hospital in Fort William. Their phone number is in the Great Hall. Okay, so if we went to the Great Hall, we could get their phone number. The entire Allister family is currently at the manor. They're willing to cooperate with law enforcement. Please take this. It will help you to get to know the family better. And now he's telling us to take document B, the family tree. All right, we'll look at that in a minute. First, let's continue reading. So he's got two choices he's giving us, additional leads. We can question him about Mary or question him about the family. We can do these now or later. I want to point out one other thing. One of the mechanics that this game introduced were these lines here. You can see there's a little line here and a little line here. And the game says that occasionally you might line up two cards to see if they match. So the good example of that is fingerprints. So like here's a person. If you found a fingerprint and you put it side by side, if it lined up, that might tell you that the fingerprint belongs to this person. Just an idea. All right, so what we did last time, and I think we'll keep doing, is we're going to make two piles of these cards. One is going to be the pile of cards. One is going to be the pile of cards for cards that still have clues that we haven't finished resolving yet. And the other pile is going to be for cards where we've seen all the clues on that. There's nothing more to do. It's interesting that this game, some of the other games, many of the other detective games we've played, really tax your organizational skills to keep track of going every place, tracking down every lead, and it's very common that you your stamina wears out and you forget to look at a lead. In this game, you've always got the cards here, a little bit like detective modern crime board games, but even easier. You've got your cards, all your clues are here, so you know exactly what you've seen. And the other really noteworthy thing about this game is it tells you to play to the end. Play until you've seen every card, which is satisfying for if you're a completionist with these games like I am. So you'll see every clue in this game. There's nothing that you won't see. It's just a matter of can you figure it out before you get to the end, or even at the end. Sometimes not so easy to make those final leaps. All right, so he said, and I do have some notes if we want to keep them. Like, for example, he said the autopsy phone number in the Grand Hall. Not that we really have to keep track of this because we will have seen this card, but if we want to get that information early, that's a clue we'll want to look at. And it's interesting. Most of the time in the introductory case, all the further leads we could follow were down here. This was a little sneaky one. It's saying the phone number is in the Great Hall. It's sort of buried in the text. That's more of a traditional Sherlock Holmes consulting detective thing of burying information in the text to require a little more perception on your part to find it. Before we go through one of those, let's look at this other document this guy gave us. I'll put this off to the side. Okay, let's take a look at this document this guy gave us. It's the family tree. He said the whole family's here. This is, again, Agatha Christie style. Zach, you like those Agatha Christie movies, right? I don't know if you've ever read any of those books, but it's like Murder on the Orient Express was one, and then 12 Little Indians was another. The lights go out, someone's murdered, the guests are all around, and the detective's trying to figure out who did it. Who was the other detective that... It's not Poirot. That was a different PBS show of detective. But who's the guy detective that gets written about? Who's like the alter ego to Agatha Christie? What's his name? All right, let's take a look at this family here. There's Edward. Here's Edward, the guy who's been missing for a few days. There's Mary, the young fiancée who was strangled. There's William, the brother. He's got a card number. So some of these people have card numbers that we can go talk to. I guess they're different than the rooms. So what have we got here? The parents. Camille. George and Carolyn were the parents of these people. Who's Camille? Is she just meant to be the grandmother? And she's off screen, like it didn't fit up here, so they put her here. Do the dates match? 1842, 1842. Oh, maybe it's that's what it is. There's a line here. This is the sister of the parents of Edward. She's still alive. So these cards come in different colors. This red with this icon means this is talking to a person. Then there are blue for locations. And then there are a couple other kinds that we'll run into. Agatha Christie is great. I sure have read the book. Zach says she's incredibly popular in France. Poirot and his friend Hastings. So Poirot is the same... I guess it is Poirot. Same writer? Poirot is same writer? All right. So... what have we got? Who can we talk to? We've got the brother. He's certainly suspicious. He went on a trip with them and came back. We've got the sister of the parents. We've got these relatives. Sister, I guess. And her husband. And then sister's daughter, Jane. And then two son and daughter from another brother. And then we've got some guests. Cecilia Purcell, a dance teacher. Timothy Pearson, a doctor. Can't talk to him. The butler. and the gardener. The gardener and William Allister look a little similar. Okay. Miss Marple. That's another one, Miss Marple. All right. Well, I think for my money, start with the autopsy. That's always a good place to start, especially since it's sort of hidden here. So let's go to the Great Hall. Let's get the phone number. Let's call them up. Let's find out if there's anything on the body suspicious. So we're going to go to the Grand Hall. So we're going to get number 5 out here. Okay. So you can see it's blue. It's a location. That's the Great Hall, a nice little picture. There's our person. What's her name? Claire Harper. Let's see what it says in the Great Hall. I wish there was a little bit easier way for me to read these and also show them to you. If I didn't need glasses, it would be easier. Okay, let's see. Is it better with the top? No, okay. The Great Hall is the heart of the manor. It leads to all of the main rooms. This is also where the phone was recently installed. You call Dr. Stewart, the medical examiner at St. Andrew's Hospital at Fort William. This is him speaking. After a cursory examination, I can confirm that the cause of death is strangulation. The killer attacked the victim from behind. The violence of the injury shows that it took a certain amount of strength to commit the crime. The victim was wearing a scarf, which prevents me from determining the murder weapon with any certainty. But I would guess it was a rope or a shoelace or something like that. If you suspect anything, you can show it to me, and I can confirm whether or not it is the murder weapon. So look at this. It's got a place to line up things. So you would line it up on this card, and if it lines up with this line, it's not the murder weapon. If it lines up with this line, it certainly is the murder weapon. Very interesting. It's like a clever analog, low-tech way to do something that apps have been doing lately. So this is like scanning it with the app and this card. This lets you combine 2 cards without using an app. Okay, so this one, we read everything on it, so I'm going to put it here. But we may need to go back to this card, so maybe we need a 3rd pile for that, it almost feels like. All right, so that was useful. He's ready to confirm murder weapons if we find them. All right, we can ask the butler about Mary Williams. Is this still on? No. We can ask the butler about Mary Williams. We can ask him about the Allister family. We could talk to the thing. I mean, so right at this point, we got nothing to go on. We're not in a rush. Let's ask him about the family in general so we know who we want to talk to next. So 40, we're going to question him about the Allister family. Okay. There's another card with him on it. Wonder if, I'm trying to think. Yeah, maybe that's better for you. Anything interesting on this side out? In the first playthrough, I was looking if there are hidden information on any cards. I didn't find any, so I don't know if that's a mechanic that this game will use, like stuff hidden in a picture. But we're going to keep our eye open for it. In fact, do you see anything here, like in the background, in the photo, on the stairs or anything? I think we should keep an eye open for this. I know it's a new phone, just in case it's a mechanic, even though we don't know. Okay, so he's going to tell us about the family here. The Allister family has seen its share of tragedy. Lord Edward's first 2 wives died. His only son was stillborn, and Edmund and Edith's parents died young, leaving the twins in dire straits. Luckily, Lord Edward took them in. His first 2 wives died. His only son is stillborn. And Edmund and Edith's parents, Edmund and Edith, are they in our Yes, there's Edmund and Edith. Okay, so that's why these people are grayed out, I guess. The grayed people are dead. So dead, 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 dead. Okay, so these people, this is looks like his brother Andrew. These two died, and the kids got taken in by Edward. Okay. Okay, Mary Higgins, she brought a smile back to Lord Edward's face. Elizabeth Allister, a strong woman, she remains convinced that Lord Edward is still alive. Elizabeth is who? Elizabeth is the sister. Edmund Allister, a young man full of energy and great gentleness. I have a feeling he was quite fond of Mary. Which one is Edmund? Which one is Edmund? Edward is our guy. Oh, Edmund is the son, the nephew. I have a feeling he's quite fond of Mary. Okay. Edith Allister, a confident young woman. Jane Lloyd Allister, a charming little girl. That's this little girl there. William Allister, he wasn't as successful in business as Edward. Well, he's certainly being painted out to be the bad guy. In fact, his photo looks quite nefarious. Okay, so just information, and we've completed all the clues on it, so there's nothing more to do with this card. We'll put it up here with this. Okay, that didn't help us too much, although we know someone is fond of her. That's a little suspicious. It sounded like maybe he was trying to say he was a little too fond of her. Oh, Duke of Zill, who may have asked about the intro case, whether it came in the box or not. He says, I contacted the publisher asking if the MacGuffin affair would be available for individual purchase. Unfortunately, it won't be, but they said to keep an eye out for secondhand copies. Makes sense. And you might be able to get it at the next. There'll be people who got a copy of it, selling it on eBay or whatever. From my standpoint, get the game if you love it, maybe track it down. It wasn't so good that you need to get it. I think as a short intro case, you could skip it and you wouldn't be missing much. But if you buy the base game and play all those and love them, then maybe you could try to finish that one. All right, well, we asked him about the family. I mean, we could just finish up this card by asking him about Mary. I mean, I guess I'm inclined to do that just to get rid of this card. All right, let's ask him about Mary. 36. Maybe not the most efficient way to spend our time, but I think there's some value in clearing up loose ends. Okay, let's see what he says about Mary. Mary was the daughter of Mr. William's friend, Lord Edward met her on a trip to Australia. She was a delicate, caring young woman who was very much in love with Lord Edward, despite what you might hear about her. She was in poor health, too. Dr. Pearson, our family doctor, had been visiting her more than usual lately. Our gardener, Joseph, raised the alarm this morning around 11:30. There's something strange in the conservatory, he told me. When we got there, we discovered Miss Mary's body. She was sitting in her usual chair with her detective novel at her feet. She was already dead. There was nothing we could do. All right. Well, we got a little bit of information there. Okay. So I'm going to write down where we. So on card. So this is frequently useful with these games to write down where you found some information. So card 36, we found information. She was found dead at 11:30 in the afternoon in the conservatory by the gardener. Okay. Now, they always say the person who finds the body definitely always comes under suspicion. She's sitting in her chair. That suggests someone might have snuck up behind her. Okay, so it could be someone young, because if she's sitting in your chair, you don't have to be too tall to strangle. But she was in poor health, and doctor had been visiting her often. This guy says, and he would know, he's the butler, he's around them all the time. He says she did love him. So, that I'm convinced she's good. She wasn't out to get his money. And Duke of Zill has to leave so that he doesn't see spoilers. Completely understandable. This is a good time to remind people this is full of spoilers. These are one-time stories. If you watch it, you won't be able to enjoy it and play it. So stop watching if you plan to play this game, or even if you think you might, you can always watch this video after you play the game. Okay, this card is complete. In fact, this card is complete too now because we asked about Mary. That's how we got this card. And now we've got new reason to go to the conservatory and a reason to talk to the doctor, Dr. Pearson, who's one of the guests. And he also said at some point that Edmund was quite fond of her, right? I wonder if we need to write that down somewhere. Where did we, I'm trying to figure out Gardner, which is Joseph. One of the cards told us that Edmund, who's this little kid here, was quite fond of her. And now here, it was on page 40, card 40, says Edmund liked Mary. Okay? These little spoiled royalty rich kids can do some cruel things, so you could imagine if she's 40 years younger, he could fancy her and try to get with her. All right. I'm inclined to follow these leads of locations mentioned in text. He said something was in the conservatory. That's where she was found. Conservatory is here. So I think we should go to the conservatory. Card 4. Okay, well, I definitely think we're going to have to start paying attention to this art and look at it, because clues could be hidden in here. This is full page art with, with details. And we see her, it's green screened a little. I guess I can go straight to it. So, okay. So you can see she was found in her chair with her book down, sat down below her. We see plant knocked over. Something else on the table. It is interesting, like she must have put her book down herself, didn't just fall down, or someone, looks like a place you would lay down your book, so she wasn't reading at the time. Maybe she was taking a nap. How would if someone strangled her from behind, which the doctor autopsy said, like, why is there something knocked over here? Maybe she kicked it with her feet, or something else went wrong. All right, let's take a look. The conservatory is a peaceful place. Mary Higgins used it as her reading room. Her armchair was placed to take advantage of the light filtering in through the south window while enjoying the view of the botanical garden. So she came here frequently to read. People would have known that. Okay, and we've got 3 little clues we can look at in this room. We can examine the victim's detective novel. We can take a closer look at the armchair. Or we can examine the balcony that overlooks the park. Well, I mean, as far as being relevant, she put down her detective novel, so I'm less inclined to think that it's there. This one, if the killer was up behind her and strangled her, like maybe there's a piece of fabric or hair on the chair. So I'm inclined to go there, and then maybe balcony 2 might have something on it. So let's start with the chair 6, and we're going to put this here, saying that this is, maybe I'll slide these a little bit over. Okay, we're going to put this card here saying we haven't resolved everything on this card. Let's take a look at card 6. Okay, so here's a new color of card. 6 is going to be a item or a clue. I guess it says clue to look at. Clue 6. Okay, let's take a look at the armchair. This is where Mary was found dead. After carefully examining the back of the chair, you notice a mark. It seems as if something was pressed against the back of the chair. The mark is approximately 10 inches long. Well, you can see what it is. I think you can see, if not for the chroma. It's a little footprint. I don't know. In case you can't see it, if it looks too washed out to you, it's definitely a footprint. It makes sense. Like they're strangling with great force. They put their foot up against that chair to pull back and strangle her. Pretty gruesome. Okay, but pretty cool. So we've got a real clue here. This is clue 6 is footprint. Murderer is 10 inches long. Okay. That is going to be our murderer's shoe size. 10 inches long. No, nothing to line up to check. Okay, and this one's complete. You don't plan when you strangle someone, if you're a first-time strangler, which most of us would qualify for, you wouldn't think to plant a false footprint or disguise your feet. So that's sort of a spur-of-the-moment thing, realizing that you got to put a lot more force into it than you expected. So that's going to be a real footprint. All right, let's look at 8. Let's look at the balcony overlooking the park. I mean, I'm not sure. You could come in. If we just look at this for a second, if we look at the map, she's in the conservatory, right? And it says she's set to look out the window. So she's either looking out this window, view of the botanical gardens here. So now we know. She's probably sat looking out this way, looking north. That means someone could sneak up through here. Probably not from the side though, right? Would you think? Like if she's sitting on the side of this table, if this is indeed the table, you couldn't sneak up on her this way. So, the balcony that overlooks the park, which is going to be here, makes me think that's not that relevant. If we want to embrace the idea of this game, which is all about efficiency of clues, then you could say, well, seems less relevant. But maybe the killer would escape this way, especially if she screamed. So I guess maybe we will go and look at it. All right, let's go look at the balcony. Although I don't think that's where the killer came from. But I'm going to look at 8 anyway. Okay. Here's 8. It's another clue. So it's just generic card, nothing, no picture. But let's look at this balcony. The door behind the curtain leads to the balcony overlooking the large park. The snow that fell during the night has cloaked the property in a white blanket that gives the landscape an eerie stillness. You open the glass door, it was unlocked, and despite the cold, you step out onto the balcony. The snow continues to fall gently. You walk back and forth along the balcony, looking down at the grounds below. You notice footprints in the snow. If you have not already done so, take card 9 and place it on top of the map of the manor, document A. So there's footprints in the snow, and it wants us to take card 9. This does count against us, by the way. No matter how you get a card, it counts on your score. So it says take 9. 9 says it's a map card. It just tells us to put it on top of the thing. Okay, so we finished with this card. And we've got a new card, which has got some chroma issues, so we'll just go straight to it, because it's green. Snow fell during the night. Snow fell during the night. And there's footprints. But we think the murder happened 11:30, right? Before we take a look at this, let's just see what the guy says. I want to make sure that she was killed. Raise the alarm this morning around 11:30. So he finds the gardener finds the body at 11:30 and she's dead, but we don't know time of death, right? And the autopsy guy doesn't know time of death. Wearing a scarf. Okay. All right, let's check out these footprints, what it wants us to do. Okay, so you can see this is an overlay that goes on the map itself. It gives us a new location. We can go new footprints. So let's put this over the map together and take a look at what it means. So it goes right there. So you can see it added 2 clues. It added 10, which is going to be the footprints, and maybe 11, which is more footprints, or something else. So if it snowed at night, that means from card 8 we might say that it snowed at night, then footprints. So did murder happen last night? And then the body was found this afternoon. All right, let's look at these 2 clues, 10 and 11. One at a time, of course. Start with 10. Okay. Footprints. The footprints stop right in front of the window with a direct view of the chair where Mary's body was found. The footprints are fairly fresh. They were left after it stopped snowing, as you recall. As you recall, the last flakes fell around 11:30 this morning. The footprints are approximately 11 inches long, which probably corresponds to a men's size 11. The other footprints were obviously left by a dog. And we've got a little mark of men's size 11. So they stop in front of the window. So they walked up with the dog, looked in the window. I mean, that seems like that could be the gardener discovering the body, right? Men's size 11. This seems like it's telling us we can line this up with a person to see if their shoes are size 11. That's my guess. But does the butler have any lines coming off him? Yes, he does. Okay, let's just take a look at how this might work. So we might be able to line up and see if these lined up, it would be, oh, butler's shoe is size 11. They don't line up, so they don't match his shoe. I mean, that's one possible interpretation of lining things up. Okay, dog size 11. I guess we'll just write this down. Outside window. Size 11. I mean, this seems like Seems like this is going to be the gardener who discovered the body at 11:30. It stopped snowing at 11:30. Snow ended 11:30 p.m. It also means 30 a.m. Sorry, in the afternoon. It also means if someone escaped at night, we wouldn't see their footprints in the snow. Just something to keep in mind. Okay, so we've completely seen that card. There's nothing other information. But now let's go check this clue 11. I don't know if that's going to be further footprints out or something, but I'm intrigued by it. Okay. More footprints. These look a little more faint. That's interesting. As you look more closely, you notice faint footprints that are less visible because they are partly obscured by the recently fallen snow. From these footprints, you can conclude that someone went into the workshop and then came back out. Snow and wind are not the allies of a detective such as yourself, because they make it difficult to measure the footprints. They're probably a men's size 6.5, which are about 10 inches long. They are possibly women's shoes, but you can't be certain. Men's size 6.5. Okay, well, this is a huge clue for us because the chair had 10-inch long footprint, right? The chair had a 10-inch long footprint on the back. And then these footprints are 10 inches long, which correspond to a men's 6.5, but they could be a woman's shoe, which we don't know what that size would be. Maybe a 7.5, an 8, or whatever. And we've got a way to check if someone's foot size is 6.5. I think that's what it is. Let's do our check again with the butler. Does he line up? He does line up. So can you guys see that? Yes, you can. So that's just one person it matches. Let's just write down that in clue 11 is 10-inch footprint, which is men's 6.5. We're going to say it matches butler. Maybe woman shoe, and it's left before 11:30 a.m. end of snow, right? That had to be footprints that were left before the snow end. And then we were also told they went, this is sort of important possibly, went in and out of workshop. Okay. And now we've finished that clue and location with no dog. We haven't looked at the detective book, but we have looked at a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards. The game wants to make our first guess after seeing 30 cards, so we're not in any rush. I wonder if it's time to take a little break. Has it been... I guess it hasn't even been an hour. Let's continue on. Then we'll take a little break soon just to stretch. Get something more to drink. All right. Does anyone have any place they want to go? I know where I want to go. I want to go into the workshop. I mean, let's follow these 10-inch footprints and see. This one stays on the board, this new card, but we've been 10 and 11. I want to go to the workshop, which is here at 35. So I'm going to do it. You guys just shout out if you want me to and do something. 35 workshop. All right, let's study this picture because I really have a feeling these pictures may have clues in them. Okay, let's take a look at this together. So it's the workshop. It's got a pair of gloves sitting out here. They look like gardener gloves. Gardening stuff. I see a rope. Do you see this rope in the upper right? And a drawer is open. Look at that rope. And there's a dog, a dog bowl. All right, let's see what it has to say here. Joseph Mason's workshop is full of tools and accessories of all kinds. We can examine the shelves, we can examine the workbench. If you've not already done so, take R9, that's the one we already did. Place it on top of the map. Look how nice this design is, though. I gotta say, I'm a little bit impressed. This overlay card has got a little 9 green in the corner to remind you that that's what this card was. All the cards have their number on both sides, so it's easy to find. I like the icons that tell you what they are. All right, we can examine the shelves, examine the workbench. I mean, we don't think it's the gardener, but someone else was in this workshop with the right size shoes. So we have to search this place thoroughly. And we haven't finished this one, so we put it in this pile. All right, let's do the shelves where that rope is, and then we'll examine the workbench. Remember, if we get a murder weapon, we can ask the autopsy doctor to check it out. I don't know how he's doing it over the phone, but apparently he is. Okay, and there it is. We were right. There was the rope there. It found it. Old rope. The rope found in the workshop would make an ideal murder weapon. Well, look at this line. Now we're going to be able to check it against our doctor. I feel like maybe we should have a separate pile for cards that we can use. So let's see what we've got here. All right, well, guess what? This is not the murder weapon. Okay. So we've ruled out this rope. Should we be happy about that? I guess for the sake of interest and tension, it's nice to not have solved that. Let's look at the workbench 39. I guess it's interesting, you know, I've been approaching this by saying, well, the gaminess of it, of trying to answer the questions early, are that you should focus on the most efficient cards to get you the most information, the most bang for the buck, tracking down leads. But maybe you need to tweak that. You need to say, well, here are the questions. Like, let me try to make progress on each, enough progress on each of these that I can make a reasonable guess. So maybe like if we make a little progress to figuring out the murder objects, we should change course. Like, you might be incentivized not to do depth first, but breadth first, to try to answer those questions. All right, let's look at what this 39 thing is. It's a pair of gloves. You find a pair of brown leather gloves in Joseph Mason's workshop. So we've got lots of lines we can line up. The suspect's hands are bigger than the gloves. The suspect's hands are the same size as the glove. The suspect's hands are smaller than the glove. This is, you're now seeing that this mechanic of lining up cards is really a big mechanic in this game, a big part of this game, and it's a very clever way of doing this without an app. This is exactly the kind of thing that an app would handle in some games. And this is a very clever analog way to do it. So now we could line up a suspect with those. For example, we could find our butler. Right? And we could line up our butler. Okay. So if we line up the butler, we see it matches this line. The suspect's hands are bigger than the glove. So the suspect does not belong to those gloves. Okay. Or at least he can't wear them. But that is a pretty cool system that we've got this card that we can now compare. I mean, maybe we should keep these cards separate. We already checked out the rope. Got cards for shoe size. Fascinating. That might be a nice place to stop. So we finished the workshop card. All right, tell you what we're going to do. We are going to take a little break. Let's take I guess only a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back for the next hour. So we'll see you in a little bit. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. This is our playthrough of the first case in Suspects, which is murder at Allister Manor. And we've played the first hour. We're just getting our feet wet. Heated up coffee. 5 minutes is a little short to feed the cat, heat up the coffee, but we're making it work. We've got ways to check murder weapon. We've got shoe prints. We've got a couple of leads on people. Let's look at our questions again that we know we're going to have to answer. Who's the killer? What's the motive? What events led the murderer to commit this heinous act? They used 3 objects, name them. In what order did the events leading up to the murder take place? I'm not sure we can make a good guess at any of those. The most obvious culprit is the brother who went on a hiking trip and then came back. It does seem like we don't know motive, right? But you might assume that the adopted kids would stand to get the money. And let me just point something out. The adopted kids would stand to get the money. Both their parents died. That's where they were adopted. Like, are these kids the evil kids murdering off people who could stand in their way? I want to talk to Edmund and check out his shoe size. And I think like it would be a good idea to talk to the brother who's so suspicious and wasn't doing as well, and when was the last person to be seen with Edward. So let's talk to Edmund first to follow up this theory that it's this evil little boy who's 21 years old. He's not really a boy. The brother and sister, the twins, are 21. Yeah, I want to talk to Edmund Allister. Let's talk to him first. I want to see his shoe size. All right, there's Edmund Allister. Let's see what it says about him. 21 years old. He seems completely devastated. His twin sister Edith is trying her best to calm him down. I was working on my car when I heard Oslo bark, but Joseph got there first and found Mary's body. I went through the front of the manor to get to the conservatory, but it was too late. All right, so he's claiming he didn't go out he wasn't in the snow in the back. He came through the front entrance. Here's the front entrance, can you see? He's claiming he came in through here to get to the conservatory. Is too late. He says Mary was an angel in the flesh. His sister, I'd do anything for her. William Allister, who's the evil brother, seems like a nice enough fellow. Elizabeth Allister is hard on Jonathan and Jane. She seems nervous and has asked Thomas at least 3 times if there is a letter for her. So Elizabeth is one of the sisters, surviving sisters. She's nervous. She keeps asking if the butler if there's a letter for her. Okay, we can question him about Mary Higgins. We can question him about Edward, the brother. But we've also got some lines on him that I think we should line up. So, first question is his shoe size 11? No. Next thing we might ask is, where's our other shoe? Oh, here. Is his, no, that was our shoe size 11. Where was our shoe size 10? Oh, here in my hand. Okay, sorry. Is he got a shoe size 10? No, he doesn't. Okay, so he's not this mystery shoe that we found very suspicious. Now, what about the gloves? Okay, so he does fit the glove size. Let's see if I can show you that better. So there he is lining up with the middle glove. So I'm going to make a little suspect list here. Edmund matches gloves. Not shoe 10 or 11. That doesn't mean, you have to remember in this game that based on our intro playthrough, that evidence will match multiple people. It won't be like, oh, I found a match of the shoe print, that's the person. It'll be winnowing out the possibilities. And we don't even know the story of why those shoe prints were there. All right. So there he is. He thinks Mary Higgins was an angel. I want to talk to him a little bit more about Mary to see if he had an unnatural appreciation of Mary. But I do feel like if we're trying to be efficient, maybe we wait on that. We're going to have to answer some of these questions soon. So I'm going to put this in the pile of cards we haven't fully resolved. We have not done this yet. We could ask the sister about talk to the sister to find out about the letter. We could talk to the doctor who's been treating Mary. We could talk to the brother and see if we can look at his footprints. So I'm inclined to start with the brother. I think it's about time we talk to him. He's so suspicious in all of this. He's got a little wound on his head. I was walking alone in the forest when the tragedy occurred. It was a short walk because I'm still recovering from the fall I took while hiking. Dr. Pearson comes to the manor regularly to see me. So he's saying, I was in the forest when this woman got killed, Mary, but I wasn't that far away because I took this fall while hiking. All right, so Edward Allister, he got lucky with his business. Edmund, a bit too kind to be successful. That's the young kid. Edith, the twin, a young spendthrift who is too accustomed to luxury. Elizabeth, the sister, a woman who is strong and takes the initiative. Jonathan Lloyd, thoroughly malleable, completely under Elizabeth's thumb. That's the husband. Camilla Allister, still sprightly despite her advanced age. Thomas Smith and Joseph Mason, that's the gardener and the butler, excellent servants. Cecilia Purcell, a pseudo-artist. She's the dance artist guest. Okay, so we can question him about his business, question him about the hike where he got injured, or question him about Mary. Interesting, but we've also got information about him, so let's line him up and see what we've got here. So, So on our suspects list, 24, William. matches gloves. So a lot of people are going to match those glove size. Let's see about his shoe prints. So he doesn't match the size 10. What about the size 11s? Yeah, he does match the size 11s. So he matches size 11. So if you'll remember, size 11 was the footprints that happened in the afternoon after the murder with the dog we think is the gardener. But so it only tells us that probably he wasn't in the outdoors. Unless the gardener doesn't match with the 11 as we expect. But he wasn't the size 10. We still have not found who owns those size 10s that were out in the middle of the night, most likely. I feel like that's our murderer. If we can match those size 10s. So if we're going to try to get the most points and find a murderer suspect, I would like to try to find suspects until we get that size 10 shoe. All right, so I'm not going to ask him about anything else yet. I want to ask him about that hike for sure. What if the size 10 were our guy, Edward Allister, who's lost at the hike? Jonathan Lloyd, thoroughly malleable. Could even be a woman's shoe. We talked to Edmund, we talked to William. Is it a woman? Wait a minute. If on the back of the chair, since that's what we also think is the size 10, did it say that was a men's shoe? Doesn't even say what it is. It's just we know it's a shoe. Let's talk to the gardener. Maybe we can match him up to those size 11 shoes and the dog. If it matches his story, then we can stop hunting for that shoe. So the gardener is 28. I mean, this is more like eliminating a suspect than thinking that it's really him. Although, boy, does he bear a family resemblance to William. Makes me a little suspicious. The gardener of Allister Manor looks you up and down. Oswald had been barking outside the conservatory for several minutes. As soon as I realized something was wrong, I called Thomas. It must have been around 11:30 this morning, miss. Mary Higgins, a shy young woman. Edward Allister, stern but fair. Edmund Allister, a young man with a passion for cars and tinkering, an expensive hobby. Edith Allister, in town. I've heard she's a regular socialite. It's her youth, no doubt. William Allister, he likes to tell me about his exploits, but I think he's jealous of Lord Edward's success. Jonathan Lloyd. Miss Lloyd leads him around by the nose. He asked me if I had any plants that would help him to sleep. Well, that's quite fishy. Because it looked like Mary was passed out on her chair. She put the book down by her side like maybe she fell asleep. These two are looking a little bit suspicious to me now. He's malleable. He's asking for plants that would put her to sleep. Okay, well, let's not forget to check his footprints. So we're thinking he's going to be this size 11s. And that explains the walk with the dog. Yeah. Okay, so he's the size 11. That's going to be his footprints. He was walking the dog. So 28, Joseph the gardener. Size 11 shoes. So that's the shoes mystery. That's the shoes wrapped up, the size 11 shoes. Completely consistent with everything. But now let's check him for the gloves and see if these, make sure these are his gloves. If they're not, okay, well, they match him. So maybe it's as simple as that. There's nothing in the workshop that's relevant to us, quite possible. Or someone snuck in there for some other reason. Our size 10 snuck in the workshop, but we don't know what they would have gotten out of there. Okay, but Gardner seems all consistent. We know he's size 11, so he's not the size 10. It's his gloves. The rope wasn't the murder weapon. Okay. A lot of games recently have had hidden numbers in the piece artwork, so I think we should look for that. It doesn't seem like this game is making use of it, which is a little odd. It would be a natural thing. In other words, in this game the numbers are all very clearly on the cards, but you could imagine a case where the numbers were hidden on the cards. Okay, I got a bad feeling about this sister. So let's talk to these two. Let's start with Jonathan Lloyd and see if we can get his shoe size and all that. And we might be approaching when we have to start making a guess. That's why I want at least one suspect matching those size 10 shoes. Okay, there's Jonathan Lloyd. I was resting alone in my room when Miss Higgins was found. I'll have to deal with that in addition to Edward's eventual estate. Why does he have to deal with the estate? Mary Higgins was a nice girl. Elizabeth Allister, we've been married for more than 20 years. Everything is going swimmingly. Jane Lloyd, Elizabeth adopted her 10 years ago, a charming little girl. Edward, a wealthy entrepreneur. The only thing that hasn't been a success is his love life. William Allister, this is the brother, he came back from Australia broke with Mary, the daughter of one of his friends, if I'm not mistaken. So did Edward steal Mary away from William? Camilla Allister, she's not in her right mind, but I think she likes me. That's the old sister of the parents. She's 92 years old. We can question him about his marriage. We can question him about Edward's business. But first, let's compare him up. Okay. Does he match the gloves? Yes. Okay, 32. This is Jonathan Lloyd. Matches gloves. We don't have any reason to even believe that the gloves are related to our case, although if you were strangling someone, perhaps you have to have gloves, or especially if you use wire or something, otherwise your hands would get cut up. Let's look at his footprints and see if we can't match it to size 10. That would be lovely if we could. Nope, not a size 10 shoe. What about size 11? Yeah, he's size 11 again, which is of no value to us. Okay, I'm going to put him in the pile of things we haven't fully resolved yet. He claims to be in his room. Let's see how many cards we looked at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. All right, we're still only halfway before we have to make our first guesses, but we still have no size 10 candidates. Could be a woman's shoe. Let's talk to Elizabeth. I'm suspicious of her. Number 12. I mean, the 10-year-old girl didn't strangle her. Okay. There's Elizabeth Allister, the demonically possessed, it looks like sister. 50 years old. I left alone for Fort William early this morning and didn't come back until early this afternoon. I feel sorry for the poor child, of course, but I dread having to tell Edward. The Fort William police seem overwhelmed. I hope you won't have come here for nothing, miss. Mary Higgins, Edward's new plaything. She didn't deserve to die like this. Edward, he's still alive because he's a fighter. Edmund, too nice to be a real Allister. Edith, strong and determined, the exact opposite of her twin. William, Edward has always been superior to him in everything. I don't understand why he's the one who came back from that expedition. Jane Lloyd Allister, my daughter, I adopted her 10 years ago. Jonathan Lloyd, he's the family lawyer. Oh, and he's also my husband. I see, he's the family lawyer. Camilla Allister, she's lost her marbles. Thomas Smith and Joseph Mason, they serve us well. All right, let's check out her footprints. Not size 11, what about size 10? Oh, wow, okay, we found our first match of size 10 shoes. Or 10-inch shoes. Well, that's intriguing. If she was our only person that matched size 10 shoes, that would be very suspicious. She said she's been gone. Let's check her gloves. Gloves are too big for her. I'll just make a note of that. Not that we have any reason to believe the gloves were involved. In fact, these shoe prints, faint footprints less visible, they're partly obscured by the fallen snow. You can conclude someone went into the workshop and came back out. We don't know, like they're not even, the footprints aren't even found by the house. She says she left early this morning, didn't come back until early this afternoon. Actually, that card is finished. There's no more clues on that. I would like to rule out that it's Edward's shoe prints. You could imagine a case where he goes with the brother, they go on this hike, he disappears because he learns something about Mary and he sneaks back in to murder Mary. Seems unlikely. He would just... He didn't marry. She's not the fiancée yet. Why? Well, kind of a passion, I guess. The Jonathan Lloyd, the lawyer, says he came in. He asked me if I had any plants that would help him to sleep. We haven't gone to these locations yet. There's a lot of locations left to go to. The gardener's done. He's got nothing else to ask. But we could ask the brother about the hike where he got injured. That would be useful. Yeah, there's still a lot of stuff to do. If you had to guess the killer, though... Okay, let's talk to the crazy grandmother that everyone says is crazy, which maybe she's crazy, but she knows something. 14. I'm trying to get a motive somehow. I think we need to find a motive for someone. Okay, there's the crazy sister. Sitting in her wheelchair, this mischievous-looking old lady sizes you up. My dear Miss Harper, you're not suggesting that at my age I've decided to embark on a career in crime? You can't be serious, my child. I played chess with Edith all morning. It was a long game that we began a few days ago. We had trouble concentrating because of Miss Purcell's piano playing. You can hear everything in this house, even though I've asked Edward time again to have the problem fixed. It's actually important that we pay attention to this stuff, because from the intro case, the impression I got was that you should be eliminating people because of facts. And like, she seems to be saying that she and Edith all morning were playing this game, so that rules them out. And then Miss Purcell was playing the piano. This is the dance teacher, so that rules her out. I think that's kind of what it's saying. I mean, is there any point to checking her for gloves? The gloves are too big for her. And she doesn't fit the shoes. She's in a wheelchair, so I don't see where she's going. But we could ask this woman, who doesn't seem crazy to me, about the Allister family. She knows some history. Maybe she can tell us who might have motive. And about Mary. So let's follow up. This woman seems like I'm not ready to write her off. She might have observed some stuff. Okay, let's talk to her some more. Miss Harper, rest assured you won't get a more honest answer than mine. I might as well be completely frank with you. Apart from Elizabeth, our entire family lives on Edward's dime. That's why I have a hard time understanding why someone would want to hurt Miss Mary Higgins. Mary Higgins, a lovely dunce. Edward, an overconfident gambler. Edmund, bland, fearful, and unable to take the slightest initiative without his twin's support. Edith, strong and determined, the exact opposite of her brother. They really seem to be saying that this one is like a conniver. William, a failure who returned from Australia, broke, and he brought Mary with him in his luggage. His version of his hike with Edward doesn't convince anyone. Jane Lloyd Allister is noisy. Jonathan has no personality. The servants are excellent. Cecilia is a simple entertainer. All right, well, she didn't give us much information, but it's fascinating. She says the entire family lives on Edward's dime. That's why I have a hard time understanding why someone would want to hurt Miss Mary Higgins. Would you think that Mary Higgins was going to take the money and divorce? It's the second time we've been told that she actually came across with William, though. That's very suspicious. It's kind of like, did William bring her and have her marry? But she's been there 3 years. That's too long a setup for it to be fake. We could ask her more about Mary. She just says she's a lovely dunce. We have to ask this guy about the hike, because the hike is sounding suspicious. Let's talk to this conniver girl. Age 21, twin. 18. Edith Allister. Just like every day at 11 a.m., I was playing chess in the drawing room with Camille. I'm obviously shocked, Miss Harper, as you could imagine. Oh, she does have the alibi. At 11 a.m., but we don't know about before that. All morning, she says. Okay. She's a beautiful, young, and naive. She's talking about Mary. Everything Uncle Edward could want in a woman. Edward, an old skinflint. I don't wish him dead, but I'm not heartbroken that he's disappeared. Edmund, he'd be lost without me since our parents died. I've taken care of him. He's as gentle as a lamb. William Allister, I don't know him very well, but he seems like a loser who's jealous of his brother's fortune. Elizabeth, certainly smarter and stronger than her brothers. Her only flaw is that she's a woman. Otherwise, she'd be the head of the family. That's the one whose shoe print matched. Jonathan Lloyd, weak and submissive. Camilla Allister, the most sensible one in the family. We play chess every morning. We ask her about the servants. She's like, who are they? All right, let's see how she winds up. So, gloves too big. Gloves are too big. She matches size 10. So we've got two people that match the shoe size now. Edith and Elizabeth, the two women. Edith seems to have an alibi. Elizabeth said she left for Fort William early this morning and didn't come back until early this afternoon. That's not a great alibi. The other one was known by the mother, the matriarch, to be playing games. And Jonathan Lloyd was resting alone in his room when she was found. He was resting alone in their room. She says she didn't get back until early this afternoon. She's my top suspect. And murder, but the motive would be what? She doesn't want to be embarrassed. What does she think of Mary, Edward's new plaything? She didn't deserve to die like this. Be nice to know what happened to Edward and if he really is dead, and if so, who killed him. Let's, if we think it's the mother, it makes sense to talk to the daughter to see if she can shed any information. The doctor was told to be visiting someone frequently. Was it the wife? Was it this woman that is still in our suspect list? We're told that the doctor is like visiting someone frequently. I can't remember if it's for the wife or the husband though. Only flaw, she's a woman, otherwise she'd be running the family. We know the doctor is tending to the brother, too, for his head injury. Here are clues on these cards we can follow in addition to the locations we haven't been. Alright, let's talk to this guy about the hike. See if we can trace down that. 48. Edward and I have always loved the great outdoors. Yes, I challenged him to climb Gulvain together. We were caught in a snowstorm. We tied ourselves together, and Edward led the way. After an hour, Edward fell into a cleft, dragging me with him. It all happened so fast, he must have been poorly attached because I found myself alone on some kind of ledge. No matter how many times I called out to him, he never answered. I was badly injured, so I hiked back along our path alone and made my way to McLeod's cabin. I went back to the cleft the next day, but found no sign of Edward. Since I was injured, I came back down the mountain to raise the alarm. You may draw card 3 if this is the third Caduceus symbol you have found. So that's the name for that symbol, I guess. And this is another mechanic in the game that I don't quite understand the motivation for, but when you find 3, a card will sometimes direct you that if you found 3 certain number of symbols, you can go draw a card. I guess it's like putting together clues for you. Like it's saying, oh, you've got all 3 pieces, then you've discovered something else. I guess we'll put that here, meaning we've got some other use for it. It all happened so fast. I found myself alone on some kind of ledge. He never answered. He hiked to a path. Went the next day, found no sign. It does sound like that's not what really happened, but whether he's in on it or not. Let's talk to the doctor who's been treating them and see... Oh, we can't. He doesn't have a number. He doesn't have a number, but that could be because we weren't paying attention to a different clue that told us where to find him. I'm still holding open the possibility that Edward sort of is faking his own death to kill this woman. And he's mad at her because... Okay, I think we got to talk to the brother about Mary so that we find out what his... He brought her back from Australia. Does he still have some relationship with her? I think that's intriguing. So we're going to question him about Mary Higgins, 51. Mary was a charming, lively young woman, much like yourself, Miss Harper. She was the daughter of an Australian friend. She and Edward met while he was visiting me in Australia. I'm the one who's going to have to tell my friend his daughter is dead, and I don't know if I'll have the strength to do it. William serves himself a large glass of whiskey before continuing. She was devastated when I came back from the hike without Edward. She was truly in love with him. William empties the glass in a single gulp. I don't understand why she was attacked. She had no property, and we all knew that Edward didn't want to marry her or include her in his will. That's interesting. So he wasn't going to marry her or put her in the will, so why kill her? Like, why kill her for money? I think that means it wasn't for money. It wasn't because someone feared she was going to get the money unless he changed his mind. So a crime of passion? All right, well, one thing we can rule out was we were talking about, is it possible that this guy, the brother, oh, you can't see it. The brother, I was thinking, well, was it all a scam? The brother came over with Mary and they planned to marry him to get his money. But he met Mary while this guy knew her, so it wasn't a secret. It wasn't like he discovered suddenly that Mary knew his brother was having some affair. So it really sounds like that's not it. It sounds like Mary was fairly innocent and wasn't related to all this. He's broken up drinking the whiskey. But it makes sense if he doesn't want to tell his friend that the daughter's dead. Although he could be freaked out because he killed her. And he would fit into that crime of jealousy. So we asked him about Mary, we asked him about a hike. The only thing we didn't ask him about is his business, but what is his business going to tell us? Did we talked to Camille, we asked her about the family, but did we already ask her about Mary? One of the nice things in this game is that you're told to get a card. If that card's not there, you know you already got it. There's no punishment. So that's a finished card. So I guess we didn't ask about Mary. Anger, passion, why would you... The drawing room has windows out to this area. I think we go to the drawing room and see if there's anything there. I'd also like to find that doctor and talk to him, but let's go to the drawing room and let's see if there's any information available to us that's interesting. Okay, there's the drawing room. Anything in that picture strike you as interesting? Oh, that's where they play their games with their chess. Someone's been making tea. Doors open. Just off the conservatory, a drawing room has a magnificent hardwood floor. In the southwest corner of the room, there's a chess table. A game is in progress. A small cart with a tea set on it is placed next to the table. We can examine the game of chess, or we can examine the cart. I mean, we know about them playing chess. Let's examine the card. I'm still thinking about that clue about that guy. I wanted something to help him go to sleep. Like that maybe our girl was put to sleep so she wouldn't notice someone sneaking up on her. So let's look at the cart. See if we can't find some plants that put her to sleep. Then I think we better pause and think about these locations. A very practical wooden cart. A precious tea set is placed on it. One of the cups is empty. The other has hardly been touched. At the bottom of the empty cup there are traces of powder. It could be broken sugar, brown sugar, or tea leaves. The tea is cold now. Thomas enters the room and apologizes. Forgive me, Miss Harper, but with everything that happened, I didn't have time to clear the tea this morning. Yeah, I mean, it sure sounds like maybe someone prepared her drugged tea. But would that be the butler? What was the butler's shoe print? Was the butler a size 11? I mean, the butler, there's the butler. Everyone likes the butler. He's not a size 11. Oh, he is a size 10. He does match those shoes. Thomas Butler. Size 10 shoes. That's suspicious. Did he make this person drink to make her go to sleep? Let's check his glove size. He's like, oh, pardon me, I didn't have time to clear up the tea. Gloves too small, but we don't care. He may not even need gloves. Everyone likes him. He said good things about everyone, but did we ask him about Mary? I think we did. We asked him about everyone, right? I think we did. Let me rearrange these. We asked him about Mary, yes. He says, Mary was the daughter of Mr. Williams' friend. Delicate, caring young woman who was very much in love with Edward, despite what you might hear. She was in poor health. Dr. Pearson, our family doctor, had been visiting her more than usual lately. I'm suspicious of that guy now. That's where they were playing chess. Well, Porter's room, that would be where the butler hangs out, right? So maybe if we suspect the butler, we should go to the porter's room. And also Edward's study. We also want to find these letters she's asking about. Now let's try the porter's room first, 41. Oh, I see letters. Okay. Let's take a look at this. See letters in a little cubby hole there. A small room used only by the servants. It is fitted with a variety of keys and accessories. This is also where the family's mail is received. As you enter, you cross paths with Thomas, who is carrying a letter on a tray. This is an urgent letter for Elizabeth Allister. I was going to give it to her. May I give it to you, Miss Harper? We can open the letter or personally deliver the letter to Elizabeth. There's a box of sleeping pills on a small table. There's a label with J. Lloyd's name on it. Yes, well, there's the sleeping pills. Which again, Jonathan Lloyd could be involved in giving her the sleeping pills. Or the butler could have crushed them up and put them on there. Well, this is interesting. This is the first time I've seen this in the game. It seems like we're going to only have two choices. We can either open it or personally deliver it. It's the first time we've been to something where it seems like we may not get to do both things. What should we do? Should we open it or deliver it? If we deliver it, we get to see her reaction, but we might not hear what's in the letter. I think we're opening it. I'm not messing around with not seeing this thing. So we're going to open it. This is the old-timey, before there were warrants that were relied upon. So we're just going to rely on decorum to keep us from prosecution. 42. One of my favorite movies of all time, 7, has that scene where Brad Pitt is outside the apartment of the guy, and Morgan Freeman convinces him to calm down. They're not just going to kick in the door. They're going to go get a warrant. It's a very cool scene. I won't tell you what happens. You can watch it yourself. All right, we're going to open her letter rather than talk to her. See what happens. Look at that. First time we've seen it. Remove card 43 from the pile. We only had those two options. And one precludes the other. Okay, that's great. It's a new mechanic that we didn't see before. And I like it. That's very cool. Okay. So we remove that one from the game. We're not allowed to look at it. Here's what it looks like on top. It's just talking to her about it. Okay, I like that a lot. All right, let's see what this letter says. Dear Mrs. Allister, I'm afraid that I am the bearer of unfortunate news. A few minutes after you left my office, I received a telegram from the man I assigned to search for your brother. He reported that he had discovered a body near the spot that William indicated. The body is a perfect match to Edward's description. I'm on my way there right now to confirm it. I don't want to give you any false hope that my colleague is a professional, and if he tells me that Edward Allister is dead, I'm inclined to believe him. I am most sincerely sorry for your loss. H. Macy, Fort William Detective Agency. So now, it told us to remove 43, but it gives us an option now to deliver this open letter to her. Okay, so she hired someone to search for him. I mean, what's going to happen when we deliver this letter? She'll be mad we opened it, yes. She'll be upset that her brother's body was found. Sounds like the brother's body was found, unless it was... Okay, so the only possibility is, there's only two possibilities here. Either the man, Edward, faked his own death, or he really did fall and die, just like the guy said about the hiking trip. I mean, not necessarily how maybe he pushed him, whatever, but it seems to me like he probably is dead, right? Because you can't fake a death so easily if there's a body found. So that would have been a poor planning to try to fake your own death. So I think he is dead. The question is, the mystery is, why does this guy's death make someone want to kill the fiancé? There is some connection. And the fact that this woman hired someone to search for her brother suggests to me that she wasn't involved in his death and didn't know that he was dead. She still believed he was alive. That's why she hired someone to search and find. Why do you kill the fiancé? Is it because she knew something? She saw something? Let's go to his study, and then maybe we have to check to see if it's time for us to guess. I guess we should check first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So we're supposed to guess after 4 more cards. We're supposed to make our first guess. If we had to guess, we might guess the killer is the butler. Don't know the motive. We don't know what led him to commit the heinous act. 3 objects. 1 was the sleeping powder, we think. That's it. We don't know what they were strangled with. In what order did the events leading up to the murder take place? Don't really know that yet, or even know how to answer that. If it's the butler, then the gloves weren't involved. And we already know the rope's not involved. Not the murder weapon, at least. I wish I had a better reason for knowing where to do this, but let's go to the I mean, I want to talk to that doctor. Okay, let's look here before we start. We could deliver her the letter. Not my top priority. We finished this one. We can ask about Mary Higgins. Ask him about his business. Ask about Edward's business. Ask this kid about people. Or look at the detective novel. I think I just want to look around the house a little bit more. I don't have any more compelling things to look at. Well, who haven't we talked to? We haven't talked to Jane. That's it. I think we talked to everyone. I haven't talked to the dance teacher. Maybe the dance teacher and the doctor are in the same room. Dance teacher, you would think, might be in the ballroom. She's separate. They might have observed something. But I want to go to to some of these rooms first. Edward Allister Studies, 16. So just looking at this card here for anything interesting. I just see lots of scrolls, papers, nothing really out of the ordinary. Letters. Looks like he might have been talking to someone who's sitting in another chair. Okay, let's look at it. A tidy room that is the seat of Edward's empire. There is no safe. The master of the house must have had absolute confidence in his staff. There are various maps and documents about surrounding the mountains on the desk. There's a letter we could examine, or we can examine maps and documents. So no safe, implying perhaps that the butler could have, a nosy butler could have read anything. So let's examine this letter. 34. We're going to have to make our guess soon. We really need some motive. Dear Edward, as your personal lawyer for several affairs, I must insist it is for your peace of mind and for Mary's future. I understand your reluctance, but your fears are unfounded. Please forgive me for being so straightforward, but you can't honestly believe that a marriage could have any negative influence on Mary's fate. The fact that Catherine and Margaret both died shortly after your marriage to each one of them is pure coincidence. You must understand that in the absence of an heir, if anything should happen to you, your estate would go to Elizabeth, William, Edmund, and Edith. Mary is not protected in any way. If you don't want to marry, at least agree to make a will. We'll be able to talk about this in person next month. Sincerely, J. Lloyd. This guy. That's the lawyer who's the husband of the sister. And he's saying, you're being superstitious about the fact that these others died. Catherine and Margaret both died shortly after your marriage to each of them. So he was previously married to Catherine and Margaret. And they died soon after. Yeah, we know what happened. They were murdered by someone, and he was superstitious or knew it too. So that's why he said he was never going to marry Mary. So the plot is thickening a little bit here. The butler or someone sees this letter. He knows that when they come to visit, he's going to talk him into marrying her or putting her in the will. Or they're going to elope or something. And the murderer triggered and did their serial killing of Mary because they were upset that she was marrying Edward. So who would do that? Well, we got a couple candidates. But it seems like to me the psychopathic butler doesn't like him getting married. But you could imagine it's the twins, because their parents died too, mysteriously. Like they're looking like the evil. But we talked to both of them, right? And one of them does have size 10 shoes. So it could be Edith, but Edith has an alibi, right? Edith says, just like every day at 11, I was playing chess in the drawing room with Camilla. I'm obviously shocked, Miss Harper, as you can imagine. Well, that would be fine if she was killed at 11, but what if she was killed before that? So the precipitating event says, what events led to the murderer to commit this heinous act? I think this is the event. It's these people coming. This is 12 November. The letter is 12 November. And it says, next month we'll talk about it. Like that was the precipitating event. The lawyer's coming. They're going to work out how to either marry or get this woman in the will. I went to the front. Edith, I'd do anything for her. Question about Mary. Question about Edward. Someone didn't want him to get married or add it to the will. And did he really just fall in this hike like a normal thing? It had nothing to do with anything? And if so, if he fell and died during the hike, why do you have to kill the wife? Why do you have to kill Mary again? Unless a will was put together. Let's see what he says about 32. Jonathan Lloyd asked about Edward's business. Okay, I think we do have to ask about Edward's business now. Maybe he's going to say that he added Mary to the will. So that's 30. And then we may have to make a guess. Okay. Edward is sitting on an immense fortune. Despite my insistence, he did not drop a will. It's very simple. His estate will be divided evenly into 3 shares. 1 for William, the brother, 1 for Elizabeth, the sister, and a 3rd share will be split evenly, half for Edmund, half for Edith, the 2 twins. Mary wouldn't have inherited anything anyway, but for now there's no evidence that Edward is dead. I overheard him discussing money with Edmund a few days ago. As he left his uncle's study, Edmund seemed particularly upset. I know Edward had financed several family projects, but perhaps he's had enough. I certainly got the impression that he refused Edmund's request. Boy, now it is looking like the twins again. Well, let's say this. The Edith Allister who was playing chess with the old grandmother in the drawing room, the tea was right near there. So she could have poisoned the tea. And we know her parents died mysteriously. I think we might have to make our guesses now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. One more, and then we make our guess. Okay. As he left the uncle's study, which is here, so he could have seen the letter and other stuff. Okay, let me look what else we got here. We did both the things on this card. We asked about his marriage, I think. 26, let's just make sure we asked about his marriage. Maybe we didn't. No, maybe we didn't. Alright, so this should be here. We didn't ask about his marriage, but I don't think it's the wife. I don't think it's Elizabeth. But if we think it's the Edmund, then we might want to ask him more about Mary. Edmund Allister, he seems completely devastated that his period. His twin sister Edith is trying her best to calm him down. So maybe we do have to ask him about Mary. What if we asked him about, 38. Did we do any of his things? Oh, we didn't talk to him at all, it seems. And what about Edith? 18. Okay, she has not much to say. She says she's playing in the drawing room. She's shocked, as you can imagine. Let's see, what does she say about people? An old skinflint, I'm not heartbroken, he's disappeared. Edmund, her brother, he'd be lost without me. We play chess every morning. That's like her alibi. All right, but Edmund, it seems, we didn't ask about Mary or Edward, and now we've just gotten information that they had an argument recently. Okay, let's talk to him then about Edward as our second card. And then maybe we ask about Mary and see if he breaks down crying. 38, ask about Edward. Okay. 38. Unless someone has a different idea, no one's paying any attention, no one's in the channel, just me. Uncle Edward wasn't good enough for Mary. I shouldn't say such dreadful things because he's always been there for me and Edith since our parents died, and I know that Edith and I have, shall we say, relatively indulgent lifestyles, but I'm not upset about his death. Your astonishment causes him to react. Don't look so shocked, Miss Harper. I'm quite sure he's dead. Edith, Jonathan, William, and I were together the night before last. We all had a little to drink, and William told us that it was impossible for Edward to have survived the storm and the fall. I remembered that Thomas was serving our drinks, and although he didn't say anything, he seemed very upset by the news. That doesn't really help us. He's saying the butler was very upset by the news. Quite sure he's dead. Edith, Jonathan, William, and I were together the night before last. They were drinking. William said he couldn't have survived the storm and the fall. It almost sounds like with Edward dead, if they believe he's dead, they now have to act quickly to kill Mary. And why is that? Because Mary got added to the will? I mean, that's the precipitating event it's got to be. With him dead, something gets triggered. She's going to inherit. All right, we have to make our guesses now, so let's do so. I'm not totally convinced. I'm going to say the killer is, let's look at our questions here. I mean, the killer is either the butler or the daughter, or Edith, I mean. And I'm going to say all the dead people around them make me think it's Edith. Okay. Now, what's the motive? The motive is their money. I'm going to say that Edward had a talk with him and he's like, you're out of the well. I'm going to give it to Mary. Once they realize that's happening, they're like, well, we have to kill Mary so she doesn't get it. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure entirely. Oops. Oh boy, broke the controller. Oh, there it is. It's not broken. So, I think I got punished in this game by not, like, sometimes I'm like, well, this didn't make complete sense, but this is my guess. Like, I feel like that was a mistake I made. But my working theory at this point, after 30 cards, is that he's meeting with the lawyer to revise the will. He had an argument with Edmund, and Edmund saying, I'm not going to keep you in the will anymore. I'm cutting off your funds. Then they hear he dies in a hiking accident, and they're like, oh my God, she's going to get the money. We're not. So we have to kill her if she has no heirs. Then maybe they're back in the will. It's a little weird. Like maybe they didn't want to split it with her. Like if she was going to get half of it, so if they kill her, they get more money. And so I'm going to say the motive was money. Although, if they really killed all these married women, then they're psychotic. But okay, what eventually led the murderer? So I'm going to say, this is after 30 cards. I'm going to say Edmund's death and change of will. Although we have no indication that he actually did change the will to Mary. The last person we talked to about it says, actually, the last person we talked to didn't really give us complete information. Jonathan Lloyd was 32. That's his card. We asked about his business. His card 30. Okay. Let's just look at this again before we jump to any conclusions. So he says, Edward's got an immense fortune. He did not draw up a will. His estate will be evenly divided into 3 shares, one for William, one for Elizabeth, and the 3rd share for Edmund and Edith, which is what they want. Mary wouldn't have inherited anything anyway. I know Edward had financed several family projects, but perhaps he's had enough. So the lawyer in charge says Mary was not added to the will. So why, if the last will says it gets split between them, then if the last will it says it gets split between them, then they don't have to murder her or him. As soon as he dies, they get their money. That makes me think that it's the butler again, but that would just be, the motive would be that he's psychotic and he hates women. So he's killing all the women that come into the life of the person. Maybe our guy tells Edmund, you're cut off. I'm about to change the will to give it to the lady. And so they're like, well, we can't take a chance. So we have to kill both the woman, the husband, Edward's dead. Now you have to kill Mary in case he changed the will. Maybe he wrote a letter saying, maybe he wrote up that he's changing the will. There were maps in his room. It makes me wonder, like, if we should check if this kid planned to have him get killed. All right, well, that's still our best guess at 3. And then the items were going to be the sleeping powder. But what else was used in the murder? We don't know. We didn't find any other items. We don't think it was the rope. We don't think the gloves were involved, right? The gloves don't fit Allister. Gloves are too big, and they're too small for the butler. Three objects, name them. I mean, I'm going to put the chair in case it's asking. One of the issues we had with the intro case was some of the questions, it wasn't clear to us, like what would qualify as answers. But I'm going to say the chair. They still strangled with something. What would she have strangled if it was the daughter? Piano wire? We could check the music room and see if something's wrong with the piano. All right, well, those are our, 5. In what order did the events leading up to the murder take place? I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I think what we're thinking is that she snuck out in snow It really wasn't that rope, right? Because, boy, would that make a lot more sense if it was that rope. Let me just make sure it wasn't that rope. That would just make everything crazy if it was. Let's see. He says, I can confirm the cause of death is strangulation. She was wearing a scarf. It was a rope or a shoelace or something like that. Okay, so then if we wind it up, this is not the murder weapon. Alright. So we don't know, but maybe it's in one of these rooms, but we didn't get to it. The timeline is something like someone snuck out in the snow and then snuck back in, killed Mary. Then she went to her lesson. Then the body found by gardener with dogs. So she had her lesson as her alibi. And then sometime before that, she gave her sleeping pills. She brought her sleeping pills in her tea. In Mary's tea. Okay. It's not super important that we get this right because we don't care so much about getting it right at this early stage. Now, let's take a little break and we'll come back and do it. Zach in the channel says he's paying attention, but he's going to have to leave soon so the exterminator can toxify my apartment. I hope there's another reason he's toxifying it, to kill some vermin. Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break this time. Stretch, get something to drink. You guys can go to the bathroom, stretch, do your stuff. We'll be back in 10 minutes for to start the second half of this playthrough. Okay, you're watching Co-op for Two. We're back from break. I just had a full dinner in that 10-minute period. Hopefully you're all rested. We're about, it's like we're 3 hours, almost 3 hours into the playthrough and about halfway done. So we'll see if we can't speed it up a little bit, maybe. We suspect these two twins of being a murderous group that's murdered everyone in their murdered their way into Edward's family and then murdered his wives. I was just looking at if we're right to suspect them, but Andrew was killed in 1917. She was killed in 1930. And then adopted. They were killed in 1909 and 1917. So actually, that's kind of interesting because I was thinking, oh, look at these twins. They murdered his previous. He's like superstitious. He doesn't want to marry these people because his previous wives all died suspiciously. But now that I look at their the dates when they were born, it's 1934 now, right? Okay. They were born in 1913. That's what makes them 21 years old. Now, 1913, these previous wives were killed 1905, before they were born, 1917, 4 years before they were born. So, they couldn't have been involved in this mysterious death of the wives, previous wives. So now I'm starting to think again it's the butler. And what is the butler's deal? Is he just... Allister, I'm reading the butler's cards here. Allister's family has seen its share of tragedy. His first two wives died. His only son was stillborn. And Edmund and Edith's parents died young, leaving the twins in dire straits. Luckily, Lord Edward took them in. Where's his other card? Mary was the daughter of Mr. William's friend. Lord Edward met her on a trip to Australia. She was a delicate, caring young woman who was very much in love with Lord Edward, despite what you might hear about her. She was in poor health, too. Dr. Pearson, our family doctor, had been visiting her more than usual lately. Mary arrived at the Allister estate 3 years ago. I quickly became very fond of her. I called the Fort William police immediately. The body is already taken by the police to the medical. And then he comes and he says, "Forgive me, with everything that's happened, I didn't have time to clear the tea this morning." I mean, you would think if he poisoned the tea, he'd want to get rid of it. Okay, I'd still like to find that doctor, especially if he says Mary's been sick. So I think... Alright, I want to do the ones... I suspect either Edith or the butler. So the ones to look at there. And I'm curious now about these maps and documents. Okay, so I'm going to do this first. Maps and documents in Edward's office to see, like in the beginning, I was thinking the letter, which we know the letter was like put Mary in the will or marry her. Now this is documents. Maybe there were some other documents that are relevant. Maps and documents. In Edward Allister's study, you find documents concerning his preparation for a hike in the Grampian Mountains. 10 December, so a couple weeks ago. Dear Mr. Allister, the equipment required for your expedition will be delivered on the 14th. Again, I would advise you not to go ahead with your plans. Your brother's choice of Gulvain is most certainly extremely dangerous and this time of year. Going without a guide, as he has suggested, would be, to my mind, taking an unconscionable risk. Okay, not very useful to us. It's just saying the brother has come up with this very risky hike. Does the brother want him dead, but for what reason? Is it really all about the brother? Seems unlikely. Alright, well, we finished this card now because we looked at the documents and the thing. If we think it's Edith or examine the game, we didn't examine the cards. We asked him about his hike, but maybe not about his business. Alright, I'm going to finish up Edmund Allister because they're so fishy. Alright, let's see. We must have questioned about Edmund Allister, which is 38, so that one should be gone, yes. Did we question about Mary Higgins? No. Alright, let's ask him about Mary Higgins. Edward seems particularly emotional when he mentions young Mary Higgins. She was an angel in the flesh. She was the sweetest, most generous person I'd ever met. From the very first time I met her, I knew she was special. Edmund pauses for a few moments before continuing calmly. Can we change the subject? It's too difficult for me to talk about. It's too soon. You don't know what to think. Is Edmund really that fragile? Did his death affect him as much as he seems to let on? Sorry if you didn't see it. Here it is. He's all shaken up. Maybe because he was involved in the death in some way. Covering up for his sister. Alright, well, we finished this guy off now. I think we have to investigate more of the house. So we looked at the drawing room. That was where they were playing games, I believe. It's down here because we didn't look at the chess set yet. Okay, let's go to the library. 31. I don't really know why to go to these places except we're trying to find the doctor. Alright, so here's the library. I don't see anything fishy in there. Just a stack of books on the table. A superb library filled with a wealth of lovely volumes. There's a desk next to the door that leads to the drawing room. At the far end of the library, a small fire is burning slowly in the fireplace. We can examine the fireplace for something someone threw to burn, maybe, or examine the desk. Alright, well, let's definitely examine the fireplace. Someone may have tried to burn some evidence. 29. Hopefully, we can hope. Murder weapon. Piano string. We did speculate that it could have been piano string. When you examine the fireplace, you discover a string encased in a very hard material. The string is partially burned. You examine the string even more closely. You discover tiny traces of brown leather at both ends. Well, brown leather, that seems like it's the gloves. Okay, let's confirm that this is the murder weapon, which surely it is going to be. Okay, you can see that. This certainly is the murder weapon. Okay. Now, in our notes, what we know is piano string, this is card 29, is murder weapon. And it sure seems like brown gloves held it. So now that leads further credence to the idea that the person needed the gloves from the workshop and then returned them to the workshop afterwards. So let's find that. There's the workshop. 39 was when we investigated the brown leather gloves. Let's see what it says again. Pair of brown leather gloves in Joseph Mason's workshop. Okay, so this was the thing that let us see who they fit. So we think the murderer must have fit into those gloves. Who fit the gloves? Not the butler, and not Edith, but the lawyer does. So does Joseph, the gardener. So does the brother, William. But so does Edmund. But Edmund doesn't match the shoes. Can you imagine a case where the twins did it together? Edmund strangles with the gloves, and then the sister runs them back? Well, the fact that the gloves surely are what strangled her, holding the piano wire, then it's gotta be... There is no one person who matches the gloves and the size 10 footprints, which can be seen going into the workshop and out, which we think to get the gloves. But I guess we got two pairs here because the lawyer and his wife have shoes and glove pair matching, and the two kids have shoes and glove pair matching. So it's one of those sets of two, I think. It's not entirely clear who would have more of a Who would have the motive among those two pairs? I'd still guess it's the two twins, but okay. I think now we can rule out the butler because he doesn't fit into those gloves, and he would have no one to work with except for the gardener. Seems unlikely that the two servants would be in on this, though. They don't really have a motive. All right. I'm glad we found the murder weapon. No reason to think it was going to be in there. It's just got to hit these rooms at random. Let's go to the music room and see if we can't find the dance instructor and the doctor and see if they've got anything interesting to tell us about. I mean, they were playing piano around 11, so how do they... Oh, maybe they were just like, that's why they kept... She was saying like the music was keeping them distracted. Maybe that's because the piano wire had been missing all night. All right, let's look. There's the piano. And let's read what it says. The music room is a large room that faces west. It is separated from the conservatory by a door. The large windows are hung with beautiful curtains that are tied back with braided ropes. A large harp and a cello are on display, but without a doubt the magnificent grand piano is the most beautiful object in the room. So we can examine the curtain tiebacks or play a few notes on the piano. Okay, those both simply seem like the curtain tieback ropes are meant to distract us, and playing a few notes is where we would hear that it's missing a string. So I'm just going to put this in the pile of things that I think that's redundant information. I don't think we need to read those. We'll read them at the end. When we run out of better things to do. I guess we haven't reached our 45 yet, but we will soon. Okay, let's go to the ballroom. Let's see if we can talk to these two guests, hopefully. Okay, there's the ballroom. And there's our woman, Claire Harper. She's looking at some paintings. Let's see what she's thinking. A superb room where Lord Edward holds his dinner parties. The ballroom offers a breathtaking view of the botanical garden. A double sliding door separates the room from the music room. On the walls hang portraits of two young blonde women who resemble Mary Higgins. Oh, his previous wives all looked like this. Thomas interrupts your thoughts, the butler. Those were Lord Edward's first two wives. Catherine died giving birth to young Colin, who did not survive. Margaret had a fatal riding accident. They both died just a few weeks after marrying Lord Edward. So he's attracted to young blondes. They die after he marries them. One died of a riding accident. One died giving birth. It's hard to fake that. If the brother killed him, he matches the gloves, but not the shoes. We should entertain the possibility. We've been saying it has to be one of these pairs, right? Like the twins, one matches gloves, one matches shoes. I'm thinking that what happened was that one of them discovers the dead body and the murder weapon and goes to put the disposes of the piano wire in the fireplace and goes and puts the gloves back. So it makes sense that they're the pairs, like doing it in cahoots. But is it possible that it's something like the brother kills Mary because he's killing all the wives out of anger and jealousy, but that one of the, like Edmund finds or Edith finds the gloves and it's like, oh, my brother must have killed him, let me cover up for him. Vice versa with the Jonathan Lloyd and Elizabeth. Like, is it possible one of them thought the other one killed him and so disposed of the evidence, but really it wasn't the one they thought? Something to keep in mind. But that would be that would mean someone who fits the gloves committed the murder, and then a different person returned the gloves and put the piano wire back. Let me read what that great hall said. It's interesting. They're describing the room layouts as if there's some significance to like who would see you go between rooms, which I get. I don't have a good sense of spatial descriptions. It's a little hard for me to know. In the great hall, heart of the manor, leads to all the rooms. Okay. Play a few notes, examine the curtain backs. I don't think that's relevant. Examine the desk of the library. That could be relevant to us. Could talk about William Allister again. We could look at her novel. We never did that. We can examine the game of chess. I played chess with Edith all morning. It was a long game we began a few days ago. We had trouble concentrating because of Miss Purcell's piano playing. You can hear everything. Where is the guest? All right, let's just go talk to the guest. 25 Purcell. Maybe she can direct us to the doctor. Look at that. Who did the art for these cards? It's pretty nice. I hear you're Claire Harper, daughter of the famous professor of criminology at Oxford. I'm delighted to be able to converse with someone with your background. It's a real cultural dessert around here. I'm little Jane's dance teacher. She's not very gifted, but what can you do? Her mother thinks she's a future star. The reason I was willing to come to Fort William over Christmas is that I was offered a generous bonus that will help me settle in London. It's a backwater out here. I had to wait 3 days for a piano tuner to come, and obviously he was no good. No, I didn't hear anything this morning. I was playing the piano while Jane danced in the music room. So they're giving us like what possible timelines could have happened. If Jane was dancing in the music room next to where the murder happened, maybe she saw something. All right, let's check her for fit. So she fits the gloves. I mean, we know it's not going to be her. And let's see what her footprints are. Footprints don't match anything. Okay, well, I'm a little confused why we can't find the doctor if he's a guest. Or is there something we're not? We went to the ballroom, we went to the porter's room, we went to his study, we went to the great hall, we went to the music room, conservatory, drawing room, and library. All right. Let's then follow up with one of these other things. Let's go talk to little Jane who was dancing in the music room. Maybe she saw something. Could she be the murderer? I spent the morning with Miss Purcell in the music room. She kept shouting at the piano. She said the tuner was an idiot. I heard a noise in the conservatory like something had fallen to the ground, but Miss Purcell forbade me to stop our lesson to go take a look. Okay. Here's what she thinks of people. Elizabeth, she's in charge of everything, but I think she's sad today. Maybe it's because of the important letter she said she's been waiting for. Jonathan, the lawyer husband, he often tells me stories about explorers. He's sad he's not one of them. Mary Higgins, she was very beautiful and very nice to me. Edward, I'm sure he'll come back. Camilla, she's funny, she sleeps all the time. Cecilia, I think she doesn't like me very much and she's just giving me lessons for the money. She wants to be an actress. Well, that doesn't help. And this little girl, her hands are too small for the glove. And do we even need to check her footprints? Footprints don't match. Okay. So let's look at the cards we haven't seen. We've been to all the locations we know about, we think. We've just got people and places we haven't fully investigated. All right, if we think it's the twins, then what do we want? What would we do? We've talked fully to both of the twins. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, Jane is done. And we only found one of these. This is a doctor thing. Like, where? How do we find that doctor? There's a desk of the library. That could be something. We can ask him about his business. We haven't done that. We can examine the detective novel. We can give her the letter. We can examine the game of chess. We can ask them. All right, we need to find more about the motive. So let's ask people more about Mary. This is 53. We're asking the old matron about Mary. Maybe she's got more information for us. Mary was an innocent young thing, a fountain of youth that Edward drank from without restraint. She was refreshingly candid, docile, and entertaining. I can understand how a man as unimaginative as Edward could find her to his liking. Every conversation with her was indescribably boring and banal. But I think that even at your age you understand that eloquence is not the first quality a man looks for in a woman. Isn't that right, Miss Harper? Edward wasn't the only one who appreciated Mary's charm in youth. Edmund was enamored of this young woman. It was obvious, but he never dared admit it to her. He's far too awkward and indecisive to take the initiative. That's young Edmund she's talking about. I think it might be time where we have to make our next guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. All right, we got 6 more to go. I really want to find the doctor. What am I not understanding? All right, we finished her stuff. We did 52 and 53. Put those in the same place. We can put people's statements near each other. Okay. All right. Let's look at this desk on the library. See if there's a clue in there. We're almost done with these cards. There aren't that many left. 47. A sheet of paper. You find some of Dr. Pearson's letterhead on the desk. Using the old detective trick of rubbing a pencil over the paper, you make a few words appear. Dr. Timothy Pearson, General Practitioner, Fort William. Patient Mary Higgs, herbal tea, month's rest. You may draw card 3 if you've collected 3 Cardaceus. I don't know. I didn't know that symbol had a name, but we've got 2 of them now. Sorry, did you see that? I guess you did. Okay. So she's being prescribed herbal tea, and we read something how she's getting sick. But so I think someone's been poisoning her. But who would that be? Well, they're living with them, right? The 2 kids. We still need to find one more of these things. All right, well, we finished this. I mean, now I'm thinking maybe we should go read the novel to see if there's some poison on it or something. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to do 7 and finish up this card. I'm hoping to find that symbol, but we didn't find it. A fascinating tale in which the detective in charge of the investigation gets lost in family reasoning and follows red herrings. In the end, they never catch the murderer. Just a little inside joke of the game on us. So we've still got a couple more, but we're almost at the end of this. And we're going to have to make our final guesses soon. Well, you can't. Okay, the doctor. Says, seeing a comment that says, Jesse, you lost video. Okay, it's fixed. All right, so I don't know what it was, but hopefully, since I didn't do anything, hopefully most of it is still going through and it was just a minor blip. If not, it's okay. No one else is watching. Let's make sure there's nothing we've completely missed here. We talked to Edmund, we talked to Elizabeth, we talked to Cecilia, we talked to the butler, the gardener, Elizabeth, Jonathan, Jane, William, Camilla. We talked to all the people. We went in the ballroom, we went in the porter's room, we went in his study, his library, the great hall, the music room, the conservatory, and the drawing room. So I believe we've been to all the places and talked to all the people, and it's just more follow-ups we could do. When you put the item on the view pad, the whole screen went green. Let's see. All right, well, it's okay now, but I'll check it next time I put something down. Oh, it's probably, I left it like this for a little while. Maybe that's what happened. I left it on the chroma. I see, that's what happened. I left it on the chroma without, that's the little green pad here that is semi-transparent, the green screen. I must have left it on it. Okay, so we're going to have to make a guess very soon. I'd love to get this third symbol, which looks like it's all related to the doctor, who we have not even seen yet. He's lurking about somewhere. Badly injured. Like, how do we find the doctor? All right, so here's what I'm thinking. Was the doctor tending to her also? Is that what I'm remembering? Maybe if we deliver her letter. I'm going to deliver her the letter and hope the doctor's up with her wherever she is. First, let me deliver the letter. It's weird that we can't find the doctor. Like, what am I missing? Let's deliver her the letter 49, which finishes that card. 49. No doctor. How dare you open my mail, she says. Elizabeth's manner is cold, but you can sense she is having difficulty restraining her anger. Need I remind you that we tolerate your presence here so that you may discover who murdered Mary and nothing else? Your status as an amateur detective gives you no rights here, Miss Harper. Don't bother questioning me anymore. I won't answer any more of your questions. You can't decide whether it was her brother's death or the fact that you opened her mail that made Elizabeth angry. One thing is certain, there's nothing fake about her anger. As you leave Elizabeth, a thought pops into your head. Now that Edward is dead, they will finally be able to officially discuss the inheritance. Remove card 12 from the pile if it has not been drawn. It has been drawn. That's good. That's the other conversation with her, I guess. Okay, well, I don't know how to get to that doctor. I sure hope we didn't miss something simple. Let's see. If one of these would get us that doctor symbol, which one would it be? I guess talking to the brother more. All right, what haven't we asked the brother about? We asked him about the hike for sure. And I think we asked him about Mary, which was 51. Let's put these in the same place, 26 and 51. There's 51. Where's 26? It's not 26, it's 48. There's 48. Okay. 48, 51. So we didn't ask about his business. Let's do that. 20. My business? You seem a bit too young to understand anything about it, Miss Harper. But I'll answer your questions. It's no secret that I didn't have my brother's luck. My attempt to start a business in Australia was an abysmal failure, and I came back here, ruined, to live off Edward's charity. At least that's what everyone will tell you. It's true that my brother's helping me get back on my feet. But if you're interested in money, I'm not the only one who would stand to profit from Edward's death. Motorsports are an expensive hobby. Edith lives well beyond her means, and I won't even mention the cost of living in Edinburgh and little Jane's dance lessons. We all dream of having Edward's success. Totally useless. And this is finished. And I wonder if it's time we have to make a new guess. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 2, 3. So we've got two more before we make our next to last guesses. And according to my notes, these are the only three cards that we haven't fully investigated yet. Though it wouldn't be surprising if we're missing something, if we put something in the wrong pile. Let's just quickly look through here and see if anything jumps out. Armchair we looked at. Balcony we looked at, that's where we found the snow. The novel, that was a waste. Fireplace, that's where we found that. We asked her about her stuff. Jane, Cecilia. Shelves on the workbench. Let's make sure we saw both of his things. Mary Higgins we asked him about. That's 50. 38. Allister we asked him about. Okay, so that card's done. He's upset. We looked at the documents in the letter. We asked him about Mary and the family. He didn't put away the tea. No, this is a very similar situation we found us in with the introduction, where we're kind of lost. It'd be nice if someone in the channel had some idea, but no. We can question him about his marriage or question him about Edward's business, but we already questioned him about Edward's business, just not the marriage. He was resting alone in his room when Miss Higgins was found. So what could you guess? I mean, I think this piano room is totally information we already knew about. Except if the music room was trying to block. It says the windows are hung with beautiful curtains that are tied back with braided ropes. So I was thinking it was trying to tell us, like, lead us on a wild goose chase about the braided ropes, which I still think it is. But it's also possible that it's telling us that someone closed the curtains up so they wouldn't be seen messing around. I just don't believe that, though. So I think that's a red herring. That leaves us with these two. The game of chess, we understand that our girl, Edith Allister, was playing with the matriarch there, so why would we look at it? But maybe there is a clue on this chessboard, like some powdery stuff. So I'm going to choose that one to look at, 21. Chess table. A beautiful wooden table, probably dating from the 17th century. There's a game in progress, and black is about to lose with just one move. White will have black in checkmate. What's more, white could probably have won at least 5 moves ago. One chair faces white playing pieces, while there is no chair facing the black playing pieces. Okay, well, we know the no chair facing the black is the matriarch in her wheelchair. White could have won at least 5 moves ago. That's the Edith Allister sitting in that seat, and it's telling us she could have ended the game early, but she wanted to stay there for her alibi. I think that's what it's trying to tell us. Okay. I think we're I think this leads more credence to the idea that, did you guys see that okay? Yeah. So I think this leads more credence to the idea that in the drawing room was Edith Allister. She either witnesses her being killed, or it was part of her plan to make an alibi. So she was purposely sitting there I'm just trying to see if in this picture we could figure out. There's the one chair. There's the other one. I don't know if we can get a good angle of which direction it's facing. We'd like to see, you know, what door, who was looking into the conservatory where our person was killed. But I do think we're being led to believe that Edith was sitting there playing chess, not wanting to win, so she would just sit there either to watch, either because she saw what was happening or because she just wanted an alibi. The fact that there's this stack of stuff really makes me think we've missed something. What have we missed? All right, let's do the one we haven't done here, and then I think it's time we have to make another guess, even though we don't have much to guess on. So let's ask Jonathan Lloyd whichever question we didn't ask him before, about his marriage or about Edward's business. We asked about Edward's business, so I think it's just his marriage we didn't ask. 26. All right, well, look what we found here. Elizabeth took me as her husband 22 years ago. Since then, we lived in perfect harmony. Elizabeth and I sleep in separate rooms because I'm prone to insomnia. Elizabeth went to town to order sleeping pills for me because I seem to have misplaced my pill box. Last night, I had a really bad night. Maybe my sleeping pills have been delivered to the porter's room. I'll have to check. My one and only regret is I couldn't give Elizabeth a child, but she adopted little Jane. She's a lovely child with a real passion for dance. In fact, her teacher, Cecilia, came especially from Edinburgh to teach her. Okay, well, we've got the third thing. This is about his sleeping pills. We can draw card 3. So let's draw card 3. All right, well, guess who we found? When we draw this card, if you've collected 3 of these codices, whatever they're called. Okay, there's the doctor. The Allister family doctor came to the manor as soon as news of Mary's death reached Fort William. Miss Harper, if I agree to break doctor-patient confidentiality, it's with the Allister family's consent. Miss Higgins has been my patient since she arrived in Scotland. I haven't had a chance to speak with my medical examiner colleague, Dr. Stewart, yet. You can call him from the Grand Hall. So you can ask about Mary, ask about Edward, and question him about the rest of the Allister family. Okay, so we finished this. This is the only one left. Unfortunately, it took us so long to find this that we really have to make our next guess now about answering these questions, and then we're going to be faced with the full mystery. So, who's the killer? So now I'm thinking it's Edmund, Allister, the young boy here who's 21. He fits the gloves. So I think he took the piano wire and killed with the gloves. I guess we'll start a new page here. So answers at 45 cards. Okay, the killer we think is Edmund. What's the motive? I think the motive is he's going to lose access to Mary. Like, he's in love with her. And now with the husband dead, she's going to be gone. Or maybe he talked to her, professed his love, and she said, I'm not interested. So either way, it's because he's going to lose access to Mary. Okay, what events led? And I'm going to say that, Edward told him no more money, right? We know they had a fight over money, no more money. And then Edward died, so Mary's going to go away. Don't love it. 3 items. Well, we know it's the piano wire. We know it's the gloves. And I think it's the sleeping pills put in her drink, although I don't 100% understand how that ties in. Why not just strangle her? In what order did the events leading to the murder take place? Well, we know at the end, we think gloves. I'm going to say the gloves returned by sister. I think that's what happened. Like, she covered up for him, returned the gloves. At the end. And then somewhere in the beginning, he stole piano wire. Someone stole piano wire. Drugged her tea. Although that message we found suggests patient Mary Higg, herbal tea. Yeah. Okay. So she knew she would be drinking tea, so she put it in the tea. They drugged her tea, then strangled her while Edith, the sister, kept watch while playing chess. We know the murder happened around 11 because little Jane was dancing in the music room and heard the thing get knocked over. But if that's true, let's find the part where it says, we were talking to the old matriarch. She was saying when they were playing the game. I played chess all morning. Yeah, I mean, she's saying she played chess with her all morning, but we think the daughter is just hanging out there. But it had to be the daughter that returned the gloves because, and it had to be the daughter that returned the gloves because of those size 10 footprints match the sister. I mean, all right, those are our guesses. Now let's continue the game, and we'll see if the doctor can shed some light on this case a bit. Let's ask him about Mary Higgins, 23. We're almost done with this game here. Okay, he's got a lot to say. I didn't have time to speak with the medical examiner, but I'm sure he will tell you the same thing I'm about to tell you. Mary Higgins was pregnant. That's why I've been out to Allister Manor so often recently. Mary's last appointment was 3 days ago. We spent a good part of the morning in the library trying to be as discreet as possible. Mary even asked me to keep my voice to a whisper. It was almost comical. I do understand her concern. However, she didn't want to tell Edward about her pregnancy too soon. She said she didn't want to give him a false sense of hope after what happened to Colin and Catherine. I beg you to act with the utmost discretion, Miss Harper. This information is highly confidential. So she's pregnant. Okay, well, at least the motive seems a lot clearer that if it's an heir, the heir gets the money. So we know the motive is going to be to kill Mary to prevent the heir. But now who would have known? Oh, well, Edmund loves her and is very close to her. So maybe she talked to Edmund and told him, I'm pregnant, I'm going to have a little baby. All right. Let's ask him about the rest of the Allister family, 37. I don't have much to say about the rest of the Allister family. All I know is that Jonathan Lloyd is prone to insomnia and that his doctor in Edinburgh prescribed sleeping pills for him. As for Camilla, she's in good physical and mental shape for her age, if you ignore the fact that she has lost the use of her legs, obviously. Of course, she sleeps a lot, but that's perfectly normal. She plays chess every morning with Edith in the drawing room. It's an excellent mental exercise for her. I recently congratulated Edith on it. Okay. Last question, ask about Edward Allister, and there's more cards here, so we missed something. There's some cards here that we should have gotten access to that we didn't. We'll have, because we've run out of stuff. Unless it was this. Okay, well, let's see. Edward was in great shape the last time I saw him. He wanted me to examine him to make sure he was up to his brother William's challenge. From a physical point of view, I thought he was fit to hike up Galvane as planned. However, I told him to be careful and made him agree to turn around at the slightest sign of weakness. I also took the opportunity to examine William. He is in exceptional physical shape and seemed perfectly capable of managing any problems that might have arisen during the hike. He was injured on the hike, but he seems to be recovering quickly. Okay. All right, so we finished this card. So the only card is here. It's 27 and 44. Okay, so those are two. So we didn't miss anything after all. But the last two clues we put off for last, which we're allowed to look at now. We can look at here. Okay, curtain tieback. The tieback is a perfect match for the curtains in the music room where you found it. So this would be, as we suspected, a false weapon that we would think, oh, is this it? No, this is not the word weapon. Okay. And then the last one is playing the piano, which we think is just going to reveal to us that there's a string missing. You sit down in front of the piano, and mechanically play a few notes, recalling the music lessons you took as a child, except for a few notes that sound out of tune. You haven't really lost your touch. Drawn by the music, young Jane approaches you and declares, "You're as bad as Miss Purcell was this morning." Out of the mouths of babes, you prepare to answer when you finally decide that all of this is not helping with your investigation. Okay, so as we guessed, an irrelevant card with her irrelevant clues. And now we must make our final hypothesis. And you can see a feature of this game, and we talked to Dave Neal a little bit about this. In fact, it's an interesting discussion. Dave Neal, who designed the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detectives Baker Street Irregulars box, said that in the first couple of cases he designed, which weren't the first cases in the box, they're the later cases, if I'm remembering this conversation right, he said the first couple of cases he designed them so that you really could, by the time, if you looked at everything, you still wouldn't really know what happened. You'd have to make some pretty big leaps of faith to guess. And then he said, by the time he got some more experience designing cases, he designed them so that had you seen everything there was to see, you would understand the case. And what we're seeing here with this game system, it seems to me, is they've gone with the former scenario in that we've seen everything now, and it still does not feel like a clear-cut situation to us. So it feels like even in the best of circumstances where you see everything, you may have to make some leaps of faith and logic and try to guess the most likely stuff without knowing for sure. That's a little uncomfortable. I think the nature of making you guess early with these points system, I would think one of the benefits of using that system is that you could afford to tell the person to at the very end, after they've seen everything, have it really wrapped up in a bow and not be disappointing. Because if they had gotten it earlier, if they had to guess and make those leaps of faith and logic and guess earlier, then they would be rewarded. But if they had to take to the end, at least they figured it out. Having said all that, I think that our guesses at answer 45 were pretty good. Edmund strangled her with the piano wire and the gloves. But we're going to change our answer. It wasn't to lose access to Mary. It was because Mary was going to give birth to an heir. And if that happened, they would be out of the inheritance, will or no will. So that really gives everyone a reason to, all of the relatives a reason to kill, including William, Jonathan, or Elizabeth. But it has to be a pair. Someone brought those gloves back to the workshop. And that suggests to me that it's either Edmund and Edith as a pair or Jonathan and Elizabeth as a pair. Now, Elizabeth still was convinced the brother's alive. That's one reason not to do it. The two of them, Jonathan has been working to get Mary into the will. He doesn't seem like he's scheming anything. On the other hand, these two here, Edmund and Edith, they were schemers. Edmund's in love with Mary. And Edith thinks the whole male part of the family is weak, and she's got her rich lifestyle she doesn't want to give up. So I think she manipulates the brother into killing him, and the brother's all broken up about it, and then she sets up her alibi, either an alibi or she happened to be playing chess and she just prolonged it so that no one would notice. We think she was drugged with tea, drugged with the sleeping pills from Jonathan Lloyd. That's the only one that's slightly weird, but he can't find his pills, so that leaves him out of it. Like, otherwise he wouldn't lose them and leave them in the porter's office. He left them in the porter's office, and then the Edmund and must have found it or something. And maybe Edmund talked to Mary and she confided that she was pregnant, or he saw the document. I'm not sure exactly how they found out that she was pregnant. And we think the three items are the piano wire, the gloves, and the sleeping pills. Who's the killer? So we think it's Edmund. The motive is to kill the heir so they won't get out of the will. What eventually led the murderer to commit this heinous act, the Edward dying and hearing about Mary being pregnant. The murderer used three objects. We think that's the piano wire, gloves, and sleeping pills. In what order did the events leading up to the murder take place? We think we pretty much understand it, though it's not exactly clear what happened, but stealing the piano wire, drugging her with tea, Edmund strangling her. Then the sister returns the gloves. Something like that. Then the body discovered. Body discovered a little bit later, right? Because the snow fell. Okay. Okay, we're 4 hours in. We're about to read the solution, but we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and we'll read the solution. So 5 minutes. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're back. We're about ready to solve this case, try to solve this case of suspects. Murder in Allister Manor. Just looking through these cards that we read to see if anything else jumps out at me as being incompatible with our theory of the case. Edmund seems pretty broken up about the murder. Lord Edward's first two wives died. His only son was stillborn, and Edmund and Edith's parents died young, leaving the twins in dire strait. Edward took them in. Here he is talking about Mary. Uncle Edward wasn't good enough for Mary. I shouldn't say such dreadful things because he's always been there for me and Edith since our parents died. I'm not upset about his death. Edith, Jonathan, William, and I were together the night before last. We all had a little to drink, and William told us that it was impossible for Edward to have survived the storm in the fall. I remember that Thomas was serving our drinks, and although he didn't say anything, he seemed very upset. Here's Edith Allister talking. Just like every day at 11, I was playing chess in the drawing room with Camilla. I'm obviously shocked, as you could imagine. That's her alibi. So, and here's the lawyer talking. His estate will be divided into 3 shares, one for William, one for Elizabeth, and the third for Edmund and Edith. Mary wouldn't have inherited anything. That's because she was pregnant. I overheard him discussing money with Edmund a few days ago. As he left his uncle's study, Edmund seemed particularly upset. Perhaps he refused Edmund's request. He's saying you need to make a will, even if you don't marry her. Raise the alarm at 11:30. Conservatory. She's sitting in a usual chair. Okay, I'm reasonably happy with our theory of the case. It's possible that Edmund knew she was pregnant and killed her so they wouldn't lose their inheritance, or maybe the sister manipulated him somehow into it, but something like that. All right, let's read the solution. Okay, let's see. I don't know, maybe it's easier for you to see it this way. I can't do it. I have to do it like this. Over the course of your investigation, you identified several suspects who would have had an interest in seeing Edward Allister gone. Elizabeth Allister, William Allister, Edmund Allister, Edith Allister, and even Jonathan Lloyd. They all could have benefited from the inheritance left by Edward. But what about Mary? Who would have had something to gain from her untimely demise? There's every reason to believe that Mary Higgins' murder would not benefit anyone. And yet one person was convinced otherwise. That person is Edith Allister. That's the sister. Moreover, as we shall explain, there is wealth of evidence to prove her guilt. What is the motive? All right, so we sort of got that wrong. We said it was Edmund, her brother, but it was her. Okay. The motive for this crime is the most classic motive of all: money. Edith and Edmund's parents left her and her brother in a dire financial situation. Since they lost their parents, Edward had provided for Edith and her brother. This did not keep Edith from spending her money lavishly. But this probably wasn't enough for her. She saw an opportunity to gain her financial independence. She had nothing to gain from Mary's death in itself, but she would most certainly benefit from the death of Edward and his future heir. Okay, well, yeah, we got that part right. What event led the murderer to commit the heinous act? For Edith to inherit part of Edward's fortune, two conditions had to be met. Firstly, Edward would have to die, but he would also need to die without a direct heir. If Edward were to have a child, that child would inherit his father's entire fortune. When Edith learned he was to have an heir, somehow, she had to find a way to get rid of it if she was to succeed in her plans. Two events pushed Edith to take action. First, a conversation with William. Though she had no proof, Edith is convinced that Lord Edward is dead. She became certain of this following a conversation with William. Card 38. William did state it seemed impossible to him that Edward could have survived. However, the death was not enough, as there was a matter of the future heir. The second event that prompted Edith to act: her discovery of Mary's pregnancy. It was not so much Mary who was the target of the attack as it was the child she was carrying. It was clear to all the members of the family that Mary would not receive a share of the inheritance in the event of Edward's death, but this would most certainly not be the case for his unborn child. Edith learned that Mary was pregnant during one of her daily chess games in the drawing room. The drawing room is just off the library, and the walls in this house are paper thin. Edith must have slipped away while her Aunt Camilla dozed off to spy on Dr. Pearson and Mary, who were trying to be discreet. That's a pretty big leap of faith. So we said they were playing games, and the fact that White could have won many moves ago was evidence that she was just stalling to make an alibi. This is suggesting that, I guess this is orthogonal to that. It's just saying that during one of the games, she must have slipped off to spy on them and found out. Okay, but we just, in our coming up with the solution, we just said somehow they found out. We left that part blank. This is just a hypothesis of how she found out. The murder used three objects. To carry out our plan, the murderer obviously needed the murder weapon, a piano string, gloves, so as not to damage her hands, and sleeping pills so she could commit the crime on her own and make sure to have an alibi in Aunt Camilla's statement. Okay, we understood that properly. In what order did the events take place? 3 days ago, while playing chess with Camilla, Edith heard whimpers of Dr. Pearson and Mary from the nearby library. Edith discovered that Mary was pregnant, but kept it to herself. On the eve of the murder, her conversation with William persuaded Edith that Edward was dead, or that she had to act quickly if she wanted to hold on to her share of the inheritance. She spent the next day hatching her plan. At the end of the day, she stole Jonathan's sleeping pills, which explains why he had a bad night, was looking for sleeping pills. Yeah, fine. The morning of the murder, she took one of the defective piano strings that the piano tuner had thrown away after he had finished with the piano. Before her chess game with Camilla, she went to the workshop to get the gloves she would use to keep from hurting herself with the piano string. Okay. Once Mary was settled in the observatory reading her novel, Edith put sleeping pills in Camilla's cup of tea, okay, instead of the murder person. That makes sense. And waited for her to fall asleep. She then slipped out to the conservatory and strangled Mary with the piano string, protecting her hands with the gloves. So I guess the whole mechanic of lining up the gloves, we were supposed to say, even though they were too big for her hands, she still could have worn them. That's one of those things that in life makes sense. Gloves are too big, you can still wear them. But in a game sense, it seems like a little bit of unfair play. like you've told us this mechanism that's supposed to identify the suspect's hands are smaller than the gloves, the suspect's hands are bigger than the gloves. It seems like you're telling us how to eliminate suspects, but you're basically saying that's all bullshit. Then you might as well say, well, even if someone's hands are too big for the gloves, they could figure out a way to get them in. Brings back thoughts of the O.J. Simpson trial. Let's just verify before we complain about this game that she just does show up as being smaller than the gloves. Okay, so the game is just telling us now that we should have known that even though this matchup means the gloves are too big, she still could have worn them. Okay, the gloves left traces of brown leather. She went to return the gloves back to the workshop. She could have made the tea disappear, but she would have probably drawn attention to herself by clearing the dishes. That was usually Thomas's job. There's several pieces of evidence that point to Edith. The footprints leading to the workshop and the mark on the armchair are a match to Edith's shoe size. Also, the gloves are too big for Edith's hands, but anyone can wear gloves that are too big, can't they? Did William murder Edward? The issue no doubt troubled you throughout your investigation. However, there's nothing here that indicates whether it was a murder or a terrible accident. It is a mystery that William Allister will certainly take to his grave. Okay, let's get our points. We got 0 points for who is the killer. We'll talk about that in a minute. We got the answer for the motive at the end. That would give us 3 points. What led the murderer to commit this heinous point? I think we got this right at the 31 to 45 cards. Sorry, we got lose access to Mary. No, that was right. That was wrong. Wrong. But we got question 2, the motive right at the 60 point. So that was 3 points. Okay. And then question 3, what eventually led the murderer to commit this act? I guess we only got that right at the end also because that's when we found out about the heir. So that was another 3 points. 3 objects. We got that right early at 45, but not at 30. So we got 4 points for that. In what order did the events? Well, this is a very long thing, so it's going to be sort of a matter of honor how much you want to say we got the order of events right. But we said she stole the piano wire, drugged her tea, struggled with her, then the gloves have to get returned, body discovered. Well, there are parts missing, although we got that early, so I'm going to give us half points for that. So that's 12 points total. All right, between 1 and 14 points, Edith smiles sweetly as you accuse her of murder. You and she both know that your theory won't hold up in court. The case will be dropped. Okay. And this is what the end explanation looks like. So, brother not involved at all. There's a little thing. There's the one. They're too big for Edith's hands, but anyone can wear gloves that are too big, can't they? Okay. So that's the solution to Murder at Allister Manor. We've now finished it. This was the card we weren't allowed to read if we had delivered her thing. Edward's dead, that's all. Okay. Let's talk about this game and this system. I think my first impressions from the introductory case pretty much completely carry over to this case. The system is fun. It's just enjoyable to go through these cards, have the cards of the different types, the people, the conversation, the clues you can find, the locations, the ancillary documents. Now that there are these big full-page things, this is very enjoyable. This idea that we've got this family tree, and very clever that there are clue locations we can find and places we can go. And this idea of the lining up of cards to sort of act as a little computer that would an app might normally tell you, but to give you ways of saying, is this person's shoe size, is this person's fingerprint, etc. Quite ingenious, quite clever, and quite enjoyable, and sort of taxes your ability to remember to check things a little bit. And this is clever. I think the idea that you can have, again, it's almost like a computer is saying, oh, the map has changed a little. You've got this card that goes on top. So mechanically, a very cool system. And a very nice idea to say that, I mean, a nice idea on paper to say that here's the questionnaire in the beginning, and then you're going to get points if you can figure out before the end. And then at the end, you will have seen everything. Like, it's nice. It's one of the few games. In fact, it may be the only game, including Detective, a modern crime board game, that is similar with the cards. But one of the only ones that basically says you're going to get to see everything. You are going to see every clue, except for this one clue that was just a flavor thing. Like you could have gone either way to see this one card and not the other, and would have learned the same basic information. So this idea of showing you the questionnaire ahead of time and having you try to answer it at different stages as you work your way up is quite clever and new and looks good on paper. Now, in reality, it has some problems. One of the problems is some of these questions on these, like motive and killer, sure, those are answerable. There are some of the questions, both in the introduction case and in this case, that were totally open-ended, like, in what order did the events leading up to the murder take place? The events, like, you have to decide which events to use to include in your summary and which not. So some of those feel a little odd, and the murderer used 3 objects. You are sort of leaking information that the person is looking for 3 objects, but I think that's okay. And in fact, even the case where the question is very ambiguous, I think that just means use your judgment about how well you understood it. And the score is not the important thing in these games, so it's okay with me if the game is saying, look, give yourself 4 points if you think you understood this completely. If you understood a little bit, give yourself a little bit less. So I like this system. I think it's a clever way to do it. What I do find, though, troubling, let's separate what's troubling. There's 2 major categories of things that are troubling. One is the sort of nature of the mystery and how much information you're given to solve it. And then the other one is the nature of this Agatha Christie, like, everyone is a suspect, everyone has a motive, everyone has an opportunity, and you're just trying to, like, whittle away some. Let's deal with that second one first. This idea that sort of everyone looks like a suspect, everyone looks suspicious, everyone has a motive. And it feels like that. It felt like that in the introduction. It felt like that here. And I mean, it's kind of cool. It's fun in these movies. Like, I remember watching Scream, and like every 10 minutes I was convinced it was a different person who was the murderer. There's something enjoyable about that as a concept. It's a little more enjoyable in a movie where you're just riding along and enjoying the excitement of thinking, it could be this person, then they get killed. Okay, it wasn't that person. In this game, it's a little more exhausting that like no one ever gets ruled out completely. Everyone is still a candidate at the end, and I think in some sense that's a writing flaw. That's a mistake in understanding how to make a successful mystery. I mean, this is a little presumptuous for me to say, but it has something to do with the pace and the tension. If everyone is still a suspect at the end of the case, I do feel like you've missed an opportunity to control the pacing and the tempo. And it would be better if people got more clearly eliminated over time. Chronicles of Crime is a game that does that very well and lets you sort of narrow down your focus until you really feel confident about who it is. And often there are other deeper mysteries involved. This one really feels like, in fairness, it feels like an Agatha Christie. There's 10 people in the room. They all have motive. And your only job is to walk around that room during that 1 hour period and try to guess who did it. So it feels a little constricting, this system, or at least the confines that they've given themselves to make these games. But for me, the real problem, all of those are forgivable. The real problem for me with this game, though, comes back to what I talked about with the discussion with Dave Neal and this decision that you are never going to see enough evidence to make clear what happened. That's how it feels to me. It feels to me like this solution is one plausible explanation for what happened, but by no means is the explanation constrained to the solution based on the evidence. That's bothersome, and I think it's unnecessary, given the way this thing is designed, where if it gives you the answer, or if you guess the answer early, you're rewarded. If you get to the end, then you would get less points. I feel like they shouldn't leave so many loose ends, so many aspects that require a huge leap of faith. And when you're making a game where everyone is a possible suspect, everyone could have done it, and then you get to the end and you're basically like, no, this was the person who did it. And the reader's like, well, couldn't it have happened this way? Couldn't the brother have found out that she was pregnant and killed her? There have to be ways to falsify these theories. There has to be ways, if someone says, oh, it was Jonathan who did it, there has to be a way for you to look at the evidence and say, no, he couldn't have done it because he was here. He almost certainly didn't do it because he would have nothing to gain. They all had stuff to gain from the murder of Mary so that the heir wouldn't take over, right? So Jonathan Lloyd, Elizabeth Allister, Edmund Allister, Edith, and the brother. That's 5 people that had something real to gain by Mary's death. And we're meant to believe that we know it was Edith because Edith must have somehow overheard that Mary was pregnant, which we had no evidence for, but the game tells us, oh, probably what happens is the walls are super thin and she overheard it one day. That is too big a leap to put in a game like this. I really believe that's unfair. That's unfair play. You shouldn't be able to come up with 10 other theories for what happened that are consistent. There have to be something else that tells you why it couldn't be this person. When you're writing the solution, you're the person writing this mystery, and you say, it was Edith Allister, and here's why. You need to have that little document that says, it wasn't Edmund because X, Y, and Z. He was here. It wasn't Jonathan because this reason. You can't just come up with one semi-plausible story without having reasons that the players should have been able to rule out the other culprits. You tell me if you think that's unfair. Maybe if you played it, you figured it out. I just think that it's not the right way to do it. Now, there was a specific thing that happened in this game that I find troubling. You could maybe swing me over, but that was this thing about the gloves. So the game had 2 clues that use this mechanic: footprints and gloves. And they both had this mechanic where you can see, here's the gloves. So you line a suspect's hands up. You line a suspect's hands up with this, and they tell you, is this person's hands fit the same as the gloves? Are they smaller or are they larger? Okay. So, and then there was the same thing with some footprints that we found. It wasn't clear that at all that the gloves were used in the murder or that the footprints were involved in the murder. We had to piece those puzzle pieces together, and we did. And this gets to the issue of trust in a designer. I talk about this a lot with these detective games. When you play these games, you hit upon lots of cases where you find yourself second guessing the designer and the publisher. Lots of cases where you're like, is that a typo? Was that a mistake? What is that a translation error? Did the designer just get lazy and forget that this means this? We've got this mechanic that was very satisfying and exciting to see. And the question is, do we trust the design? Do we have faith that the designer is playing by the same rules we are? And you could say that, oh, even when they don't line up, maybe I shouldn't trust this. Maybe even if a person's, and that's what the game wanted the solution. The solution says, well, yeah, her hands were too small for the gloves. The glove didn't fit her, but you could still wear gloves if they're too big for you. Okay, that's fair. In real life, you could do that. But you could also use the gloves if they're too small for you. You could either force your hands in, or maybe you just grab the wire with the gloves without wearing the gloves. I mean, what if we don't trust anything, if we don't trust the cards to be giving us useful information, if we think this mechanic is just to throw us off, then we almost shouldn't be trusting anything the game gives us. Maybe we shouldn't have used the footprints thing. Maybe we should have said that someone was wearing fake shoes to throw us off the trail. I mean, if everything is possible, then it gets very hard to eliminate any possibilities. And to me, even though you could make the case that, oh, a good detective wouldn't assume that gloves that are too large wouldn't be used, I think it's a fair interpretation of the game that it was trying to convey to us, especially given our playthrough of the intro case, that this was a way of eliminating suspects. And it was an enjoyable way of eliminating suspects. And to think that we should have ignored this card when it seemed to play such a key role, and when there still seemed to be so many suspects that could have worn those gloves, that seems a little unfair. And I think a good design would, if you wanted to do that, would give you a little bit of information in that direction. Like maybe someone should have said something like, don't completely trust, don't rule out if things fit, whatever. Like there has to be there's some sort of communication of how rules work and what you can expect from a game. Should you expect that these things are trustworthy, or is this an unreliable narrator situation? And, maybe if there were 50 cases, the idea that one case would teach you that you can't rely on these things is reasonable. 3 cases, a 5-hour case, I don't know if that's fair game. So that rubbed me a little bit the wrong way. But even more than that, even if she did fit in the gloves, I really think it's unreasonable to say this is the one solution and not have it constrained more. I think the solution we came up with the sister manipulating the brother to do the actual killing, and then the sister returning the gloves, also makes reasonable sense. And too much of the solution was just invented off camera, and we weren't given any information about it. Okay, there's all of that. I think that summarizes unsatisfying experience playing it for me. I still like the system. I like the idea. I like the thinking involved. I will say also that, speaking again of satisfaction, this is a much lower level of satisfaction in terms of story and in terms of the kinds of things that one is trying to figure out versus the Sherlock Holmes cases. The Sherlock Holmes cases, the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases, seem to have much more depth, a much more wide open time span, traveling around to different places, meeting different people, some people repeatedly, some people one time only, a much richer sense of place, and feeling like you're in a different time and a different location with personalities. This game feels very claustrophobic, and the thing you're trying to solve is really like which person in this room, which of these 10 very all possible suspects could it be, and really little tinkering to find out slight evidence that pushes you one in favor of the other. Their personalities aren't very interesting to talk to. You don't get a real sense of personality and people having sort of autonomy, and just not a satisfying experience interacting with these characters in a way that Sherlock Holmes really does well. You really feel like they're interesting characters, some dangerous, some seedy, some innocent, and little side fun things you read and hear. And yeah, that's just not present in this game. And now that I recall, there's another mechanic in this game that feels very weird to me. This thing where if you see these 3 symbols, like there were lots of places. When you play Sherlock Holmes, you're like going to places because you think there's a reason to go to them. This game, you've got a map and you're basically just going to every room. And one room we had a reason, maybe 2 rooms we had a reason to go to. The others we were just going to. We turn over a card and we're like, oh, you can look in the fireplace. What, are you not going to look in the fireplace? You look in the fireplace, there's the murder weapon. Like, that doesn't feel like it required real skill. It seems like there's an opportunity to hide stuff in some of these nice art pictures, but it never is. It's always, you get there, you turn over the card, and here are the 3 locations that could be of interest to look in, and you look in them. It doesn't feel like you've figured anything out in that respect. Now, it is still quite fun to get a letter, like the pacing. The pacing is nice, how you're revealing these cards and slowly getting deeper into the mystery. So I found that satisfying. The part where they all talk about each other happens a lot on these cards. It doesn't feel very convincing. They all feel like a little bit of gossipy. It's always one sentence, so you don't know whether to believe it or not, and it all feels very thin. I love the full-page art, though. I wish we would see more of that in, like, Sherlock Holmes. You could imagine every time you encountered something, you got a nice illustration of it. But the other mechanic I wanted to mention that kind of feels jarring to me is this thing with the 3 symbols. I'm not sure exactly what they're going for there. Where are the 3 symbols? There were the 3 physician symbols here. So it says when you find the 3rd one of these on a clue, then you can read some other thing. And for us, when we found these 3 cards, one more, when we found these three, which seemed pretty unrelated, they were just scattered in different places. Then all of a sudden, the doctor came out and like broke the case wide open about her being pregnant. And so you had to, I guess it's a mechanic for saying it's not going to let you find this doctor until you go down all these three other different paths. So maybe it's understandable. It's trying to control the pace a little bit. Okay, I get it. It's okay. It's not the end of the world, but it feels a little weird. Like there's no motivation for it. It's hard to understand like why on these cards, why these symbols. I mean, this is the doctor's symbol, but what does this have to do with this and this location and this clue? I guess that was, he wrote this letter, so maybe they tie into the doctor a little bit. But it did feel a little weird, and it felt, if the whole game is like focused on you being efficient with what clues you look at, it felt a little bit like this goes against that. Like if you randomly picked the right clues that you would have no way of knowing to pick, then you've satisfied the three symbols and you get to read this super important thing. If your deduction brought you to look at some other clues first and you left out one of those three till the end, then you wouldn't find the most important part of the mystery until the last card or two. That feels like a little bit of a miss to me. Okay, so that was Suspects, Case 1, and my thoughts on it. You might consider that a review. I've now played the intro and the first full case. There's 2 more cases left. The other 2 were written by different authors. This one was written by Guillaume, the author of the game system, so I'm not sure whether it would be reasonable to expect the others to be better. You might guess they wouldn't be as good. But yeah, a little bit disappointing. Still love the idea, love the ambition of designing a new detective system. Would like to see more people use this system and some more expansions. I might try one more, but if it's the same experience of getting to the end and being like, it could have gone this way, this way, this way, and the explanation you gave me was not super satisfying, and it didn't feel amazing to be in this world the way it does with Sherlock Holmes, I might call it quits early on this box and not finish it. Okay, folks, we'll see you next time. Hopefully Greg will be back for the next playthrough and review. And I guess we can sign off. See ya.